Mic check. Mm.
Uh, You're not getting any sound from me yet. You're not getting any sound from me yet. I'm getting a lot of sound. You should be on aux 2. Is that any better? Well, look, last time it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Clipping. You see, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's good because we hear a lot of things and it's
Can you
already
hear
coming
me?
through. For example, if you talk.
Can you hear me? You can hear me. Oh, testing.
Maybe. Camera thing. Okay. Are you sure? Because if you'll hear me, then you're gonna hear her too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god. source. 1, 2. What exactly is because last time it was like the oh. It's kind of okay. Okay, and then I guess into the this I was recording it louder. Yeah, okay. I guess can be in unity. Perfect. So don't worry. Turning back on the filters. Closing that. All right. So if you're looking, I can. Up there playing music. Do you hear anything? I've heard it here. Yeah. Okay. But I mean, there. Keep playing. Run.
press and leave it, and then it's on, and then you press it off. Okay.
And mine's on a loop.
Yeah, the same
Yeah.
on the loop. It's only 5. They will be repeating a lot.
But then with my phone, so mine's going to be towards the end of mine, and I will say, so it's going to be me saying, we'll now watch a short extract of Reset. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you should have the link, but yeah. Okay, great. Okay, great. Wonderful, thank you.
Have 2 artists first. We'll start a note.
I'm going to keep that. I'm trying to turn this off. Do I need to be timing myself?
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Who's the student? Which one?
We're starting a little bit overtime, isn't it?
In the green? Okay. I
She
might
has
just
a
set a timer
timer.
here. So I'm watching. Okay, I will try.
So if I run out of time, go straight to the end. I put the end here.
Yeah, that's pretty much my process.
Otherwise,
as well.
I go like, where is the end? So I give the end there.
Let me make sure I know the name of this panel. Buongiorno e benvenuto a tutti. Good morning and welcome to Black Portraiture Shifting Paradigms. Good morning. My name is Dr. Joan Morgan. I am the program director for the Center of Black Visual Culture at New York University, and we are part of the Institute of African American Affairs. I'm also one of the organizers, and I'd like to welcome everyone back who was here yesterday for what I hope you think was a fantastic day of programming. It's really special to be doing this particular Black Portraitures this year with this theme, Foreigners Everywhere. If you were here yesterday, I hope that this space welcomed you enough so that you feel like less of a foreigner somewhere in Venice. I just want to introduce today by saying a little bit about what Black Portraitures is. Black Portraiture's Shifting Paradigms offers a comparative perspective on historical and contemporary roles played by artists, critical thinkers, curators, practitioners, scholars, writers, and designers in generating new discourse that center the Black subject in Africa and its diaspora. This convening, which is taking place here in Venice, Italy, on the last 2 days, April 20th and today, is happening during the opening week of the 60th anniversary of the Venice Biennale. This year's theme, Shifting Paradigms, centers thought leaders from Africa and the African diaspora who are creating new models for the education, cultivation, exhibition, dissemination, and collection of art and images. The convening is a continuation of previously highly successful conferences initiated by NYU's Department of Photography and Imaging, chaired by the visionary Deborah Willis. In the Tisch School of the Arts in collaboration with Harvard University's Hudson Center, which is led by Henry Louis Gates Jr. Since its inception, the conference has grown diverse as New York, Cambridge, in sites as diverse as New York, Cambridge, Florence, Toronto, Newark, New Jersey, and Johannesburg. Black Portraitures is free and open to the public as a means of reaching the widest audience and with the intention of seeding other conferences and models of education sharing throughout the world. I'd like to say thank you to our incredible roster of participants, both today and yesterday, to our inquisitive audience, new members of our audience, and returning members. I'd also like to just take a brief moment to thank our sponsors. So thank you to the Terra Foundation for American Art, the Hutchins Center for African and African American Research at Harvard University, the Getty Research Institute, Next Haven, the Institute of Emerging Media, Photography and Imaging, Columbia University Mellon's Art Project, the Gordon Parks Foundation, NYU Tisch School of the Arts, Columbia University, I'm so sorry, AAADS, and the print is too small for me to read even with these glasses, so I'm not going to say it out loud. American Academy in Rome, NYU Office of Global Inclusion and Diversity and Strategic Innovation, Hawthorne Foundation, Università degli Studi di Palermo, the Center for Black Visual Culture at NYU, Spelman College, Tufts, The Ohio State University, NYU Abu Dhabi, NYU Arthur L. Carter Journalism Institute, Syracuse University, and the University of Southern California. Again, welcome to our second day of Black Portraitures in Venice. Where is she? Carol? Kara Oldridge, I'd like you to come up and say a few words.
Good morning. I just want to say I echo the comments this morning. I can't imagine a place where you could bring such a wonderful group of people together to really share and talk about the diaspora and just be here and be a global force and to shift paradigms in the way that we think about the work that you all do. I'm just very excited to be here, and just a little bit about the Getty Research Institute. I'm Kara Oldridge, the Associate Director of Collections and Discovery, and at the Getty, we work to preserve all histories regarding visual culture and visual narratives. And so with today, I just think that it's just a wonderful celebration and discussion. I also want to thank someone who has mentored so many people, Dr. Willis, and the wonderful work that she does, and also the organizing committee and bringing us all together. So thank you and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, come on up. I just wanted to just a little bit of housekeeping before I turn the mic over to our glorious Cheryl Finley. After today's first panel, there will be a 15-minute break. It will be a real 15 minutes, so make sure to do what you have to do and come back in. Panelists, please remain on stage after your panel so that we can take a brief photo. And thank you.
Thanks so much, Joan, and good morning, everyone. It's so good to see you all here. My name is Cheryl Finley. I'm the director of the Atlanta University Center Art History and Curatorial Studies Collective, and it's my great pleasure to welcome Treasure Ray to the stage.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Treasure Ray. I attend Clark Atlanta University. I am a senior art history major and fashion minor. And today I will be presenting panel 5, Archives, Collections, and Curating. So today we have Paul Ninson, Leron Brooks, Stephen Booth, Alberta Whittle, and Monica Di Miranda. And moderating today is our very own Liz Andrews.
Thank you so much, Treasure. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here for panel number 1. Good morning. So my name is Liz Andrews. I'm the director of the Spelman College Museum of Fine Art, and I'm one of the many people that was mentioned that has had the pleasure of being mentored by Deborah Willis, Deb, and everyone, all of the organizers. Thank you so much for creating this space for these conversations over the years. It's had an incredible impact on my life, and I can say with no doubt that I would not be here without the mentorship of Deb. So thank you. And I'm excited about this topic in particular, archives, collecting, and curating, because when I came to the Spelman Museum, I decided that I wanted to put a new emphasis on the collection, both growing, preserving, but also helping to train the next generation of people who can care for collections, conservators. And so shout out to the students we have here right now. We're so happy to have you here in Venice with us. Thank you to the Mellon Foundation for making it possible for us to all travel here together. And we will go down the line this way in order. Rather than read the full bios for everyone, I'll just read the first line so you have a snippet of who everyone is, but know that this is a really incredible panel of artists, curators, and we were talking beforehand about this conversation being about the process of acquiring, maintaining, and caring for cultural objects. And I think we might even go further than that to question what the idea of an object is, and if that is an appropriate term for some of the things that we do here. So first will be Monica de Miranda. And Monica de Miranda is a Portuguese Angolan visual artist, filmmaker, and researcher known for her interdisciplinary approach. So Monica will go first. After that, we'll have Alberta Whittle. We have the artists first, so get some spice first thing. Barbadian Scottish artist Alberta Whittle's multifaceted practice is preoccupied with developing a personal response to the legacies of the Atlantic slave trade, unpicking its connections to institutional racism, white supremacy, and climate emergency in the present. After that, we will have a combined presentation from our colleagues from the Getty, LaRon Brooks and Stephen Booth, and thankfully their bios are right next to each other. LaRon Brooks, Dr. LaRon Brooks is a curator of the African American Art History Initiative at the Getty Research Institute, as well as curator of African American collections and acquisitions at the GRI. And then Stephen Dewan Booth is an archivist, independent researcher, and member of the Blacktivists, a collective of trained Black memory workers who provide expertise on archiving and preservation practices to communities in the Chicagoland area. And finally, we have Paul Ninson, and let's see, I believe, yes. Paul Ampofo Ninson is a Ghanaian artist, photographer, filmmaker, curator, and educator based in Accra, Ghana. All right, so each of you have 15 minutes. Our timekeeper is up front, but I'll try to help you out as well. And we'll start with Monica de Miranda.
Easy on. Hello, everyone. I want to thank first Debbie Wills for the invitation. Very happy to share this space with so many great thinkers, artists, and curators. I'm going to talk from an artist perspective, even if my title of my presentation is called Curating the Living Archive. So I will be looking at archives that exist within elemental natural forces, which recall African cosmologies. I want to start by bringing forward a Stuart Wall quotation. Constructing an archive represents a significant moment on which we need to reflect with care. Not an inert museum or dead works, but a living archive whose constructions must be seen as an ongoing, never completed project. I am an Angolan Portuguese visual artist researcher who lives between Lisbon, Portugal, Luanda, Angola, Afro-diasporic mother, daughter of post-independence, granddaughter of colonization. Ghosts of memories always come to me through the history of my family. My mother and grandmother lived through the colonial war in Angola and immigrated to Portugal after independence when civil war broke. My work has been focusing about identity, place, and my place of belonging. I'm also a founder of Angara Cultural and Art Residency Space in Lisbon. My work focuses on ecology, history, memory, identity, migration, displacement. It looks at public space and the use of memory to recuperate and care for lost memories that are present in the landscape and in my body, and sometimes are erased by the hegemonic discourse. My work also looks at the boundaries between documentary and fiction with the methodologies of critical fabulation, combining historical archival research with fictional narratives to fill the gap in the official historical narratives. So I want to start to redefine the meaning of archive within the context of my work by focusing on this idea of living archives. By this I mean creating a present place of inquiry, action, thought, and matter, creating an ongoing continuous space for open-ended inquiry, creating a collection of memories of the body, soil, and spirit as archives, creating a space of cyclical time, interconnecting past, present, and future, creating a natural space connected to the specific elements present within non-Western histories to reflect ecologies of care and regeneration. I'll be presenting artworks that deal with this idea of living archive of personal and collective memories to recall natural elements such as water, fire, earth, and air. Fire, I see it as an element that transmutes painful histories and memories. Earth, an element grounding history and memories. Water, a fluid element of healing, cleansing, and renewal. Air, an element connected to life forces, imaginations, dreams, and the future. I start by talking with Creole Gardens, where I also created this book, part of it. And first, they focus on the elements of the earth and the plants. The Creole Garden exists as an exchange of a living archive. Plants are living archives of ancient memories, stories, and cosmologies. I come from a family of herbalists and healers from Angola, and throughout my life I have been healing myself using plants. I view these plants as healing elements that are alternatives to Western medical practices. These are biographical factors influencing my artistical practice. At the moment, I have created a garden of plants native to African country, which will grow in the Palácio Franchetti main hall throughout the exhibition period of the Venice Biennale at the Portuguese Pavilion that is next door to here. I also created this book related to their garden that is equally connected to a present project that I'm developing in Lisbon, supported by the Soros Fellowship, entitled Where Invisible Cities Are, Gardens Grow. My ongoing research on the urban gardens in Lisbon Black metropolitan neighborhoods shed light on the plant's growth around the city for the physical and psychological well-being of the residents of these neighborhoods. These gardens act as places of integration, imagination, and creative power. They are places of refugee care, sustainability, and acknowledgement. They are archives in themselves. And they propose soil as an archive that holds history and memories, a living body element capable of sustaining growth and archiving traces of historical violence also, but also regeneration. Soil is a historical and dynamic body in constant transformation and healing potential. Soil connects past, present, and future, interconnects politics of the land, history, body, and identity. The Creole Gardens refer to a concept of Edouard Glissant that refers to private plots of land tended by enslaved people. These gardens were living archives and places of survival, freedom, and multi-possibilities. We still have the quilombos in Brazil as an example of that. Places of continuity between nature body and human body. They were and are the contraplantation, non-monocultural plantation being biodiverse. They are open possibilities for interconnections, learning, and acknowledgement. The plants and soil in these gardens are active agents of historical process and a permanent source of life. I also mentioned the work of Amilcar Cabral, agronomist, poet, and leader of liberation struggles, that said the defense of the soil is the defense of your humanity. Regenerating the soils is inseparable from the liberation struggle and the colonization process. I go now to talk about this work that I'm just in the process of finishing and showing. And it's called As If the World Had No West. It's a video and photographic work which looks at earth, water, and fire to understand the deep history and African cosmologies of plants as living archives. As If the World Had No West traces a young woman's journey which embodies the journey of an Angolan anthropologist, Augusto Zita. Zita executes a research project on the southeast coast of Angola, utilizing in scientific and non-Western methods such as divinatory practice originating in Angolan acknowledgement systems. The research examines the anthropological study of colonial powers and Angolan cosmologies. The anthropologists used to consult with the mirabilis, the plant you just saw, ancient plants, it just exists in Angola, which held many histories and that hold in themselves the whole archive of Angolan history. Many plants, these Welwitschia mirabilis, might be more than 2,000 years old. They survived the pre-colonial, colonial independence times. They are witnesses of Angolan history. In this work, we reflect non-linear time, but Congo time in Angolan cosmology is cyclical. It has no beginning or end. It follows the movements of the sun, the earth, and the moon. Its worldview is based on cycles of time, light and darkness, dust and dawn, death and life. Cyclical time as a feminine time that holds past, memories, archives, colonial, deep time, present, globalization, diaspora, migration, future time, imagination, dreams, and ideas. Now, I will pass to another work that is connected. It's again a journey in Angola called Path to the Stars. There was the work that you saw with the boats on Kwanza River, a video and photographic work highlighting the elements of water and air, which looks at bodies of water as rivers, as containers of histories. I view this work as a fluid archive of past struggles of an evolutionary path towards dreams of the future. Path to the Stars, again, is a storytelling. Traces the story of a woman named Carlota. She travels along the Kwanza River. In real life, Carlota was a freedom fighter that Ryszard Kapuscinski, Polish journalist, captured in a photo book, Another Day of Life, Angola, 1975. Carlota lived and died during Angola's independence. One photo exists, the one the Polish journalist took. We don't know her last name or anything about her. Sources are fragmentary and incomplete. They leave a trace but offer little concrete to deepen our understanding of what happened to her. I breathed life into the photo to create a possible story, a story that floats along the river on the path to the stars. Path to the Stars is also a poem from the first Angola president and poet, Agostinho Neto. Neto wrote new possibilities for the future in times of war and colonial struggles. Path to the Stars looks at water as a living body, an archive of hydrofeminism, and looks at the element of air where dreams become archives of imagination. This work focuses on the river, a holder of histories. It carries the history of Angola and the struggle of liberation, civil wars, pre-colonial histories, and stories of current ecological disasters. The water as a witness. Furthermore, water is a fluid matter that flows, changes, adapts to borders, and penetrates colonization and the global migration crisis above the surface. It reflects disparities between the water surface, such as deep sea mining and ocean pollution, bringing forward historical elements and present temporalities that metaphorically hold memories, pains, and dreams. rivers being the first roads in the world, and focusing on rivers as bodies of water that invoke ancestral temporalities, rivers as non-linear time that have the ability to constrain alternative and imagine new futures. No. Okay. Last, I want to present The Island, a video and photographic work that also looks at water and air, and is the image of a woman looking in the landscape to a river. And this work looks at water and air to understand landscapes and bodies as diaspora archives their old memories of ancestral cosmology. The Island. The island is inspired by Ilha dos Pretos, the islands of black people, an oral tradition name given to 18th century to a community of African origin who settled in the riverside of the River Sado in the south of Portugal. In the 15th century, 10% of the population in Lisbon was black, although only now the sons of African migrants call themselves Afro-Portuguese. This points out the erasure of the black presence in Portugal. The work focuses in documentary fiction by creating an imaginary island where the river and the surrounding ecosystems holds the land together. In this work, stories of their community intersect with the geological feelings of the time, bringing the past into understanding the present. The Island series brings forward the often overlooked and erased black histories of Portugal and the gender experience of violence. Island looks at air and water as a transformative and healing body, an archive of transformation and renewal that reflects colonial histories, land exploitation, and gender subjugation, highlighting interconnected forms of exploitation and erasure, the relationship between the physical, emotional, psychological, and cosmological body, the female voice to the narrative, and an oppositional gaze, looking at bell hooks, that challenges Eurocentric hegemonic ways of observing and seeing. It reflects artificial wounds on the land and symbolizes this perpetual cycle of violence and human stories. The work that you just see now, it's a quarry that has been regenerated where the water, it made it into lake. So with this work, I want to recall feminine ancestral land of care, diversity, regeneration, and circular flow. I want to quote Vandana Shiva, a renewed physician, thinker, and activist for ecology, where she says, "Nature does not create monocultures and uniformities, walls of division and ownership. In nature economy, the currency is not money, it is life." So I would like to reflect and conclude. Ultimately, these works delve into earth and plant cosmologies and black histories, the diaspora, and reflects on Angolan cosmologies, and bring forward plant wisdom and nature as storyteller, and soil as a body that holds history and memories, and are themselves living archives as our bodies. These works serve as a reflection on perspective, perception, revolution, past, present, and future, aiming to foster unity and deeper exploration of the human experience. As Amilcar Cabral said, defending nature is defending humanity. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much to this invitation to come and speak to you and share space. Thank you so much for your presentation. Ooh, is it still not in the mic? Okay. I'm Alberta Whittle. I'm an artist from Barbados. I've framed this brief presentation to focus on the new experimental modes of making I have developed to create an effective dynamic between myself as an artist and my audience, whilst consistently disturbing Western archives. In my interdisciplinary practice, I investigate how creative practices can hold dominant systems of racialized power to account, specifically in times of socio-political, environmental, and epidemiological crises. My practice is both a testament to and an attempt to transform the rigid colonial constructions of identities, places, and powers that continue to efface memories, knowledges, and experiences. In my artworks, I deliberately create conditions to foster learning, participation, ritual, and belonging, whilst operating under the ever-present risk of ideological subsumption under prevailing historical narratives. Awareness that the context of making as research in a European context is anti-Black, hostile, and dangerous reveals the state of fugitivity from which to experiment with how live artistic responses that are based on critical race pedagogy can hold power to account under contemporary conditions of violence, climate suicide, and fear of contagion. We are creating dangerously. Since 2019, I have focused on producing an unstable, active, and wayward archive of moving image works that performs as both protest and sequential complaint. I am interested in how these moving image works can become a means for audiences to enter into a self-reflexive mode of thinking and unlearning. Refusing how power is ingrained and constituted in Western archives has become a tool for me to choose liberation and nurture an alternative archive in my practice. Most typically, anti-Black archives have erased and obfuscated our joy, our healing, our ancestors, our technologies of survival and liberation, as well as our stories. An archive that hinges its core identity and authority in anti-Blackness is meant to be disassembled and messed with. In my artworks, I search for new ways to reinscribe Black and global majority memory into archives, offering caregiving and love to our artifacts, experimenting with sonics and movement, enacting imaginative and disruptive storytelling built on Saidiya Hartman's critical fabulation, and amplifying that the door into archives must stay open, but that we must also continue to shape new archives in our own image. I'm consistently in an active space of gathering materials, filming and documenting the world that surrounds me, but also drawing from different filmic archival sources and research to protest, to complain, and to explore freedoms. These experiments have regularly incorporated and reflected vanguard data and research from a variety of sources, including government websites, newspapers, academic journals, several commissioned texts by radical pleasure activist and artist-poet Amma Josephine Budge, and performances to camera by my cohort of accomplices, Christian Noel Charles, Angela Johnson, Mele Brooms, Sakai Machache, Divine, Blanche, Augustine, and Esosa Tacinda, Tulani Rachia, Nikolai Cisnet, Adebusola Ramsey, Matthew Arthur Williams, and Edna Barker, my grandmother. These moving image works from 2019 onwards have been developed in the contemporary moment when the biopolitical climate of anti-Blackness has been compounded by a series of decisive events. The hostile environment has accelerated towards greater racialized and xenophobic precarity during the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic, leading to draconian punishments against immigration and punitive racialized police power. Growing up in Barbados, the archive had felt more reliable and available in the landscape, the sea, the sugarcane fields that crisscrossed our parishes, and in the plantation buildings that resuscitated empire. I understood that archives were also present in the stories my grandparents, my uncles, my aunties, my cousins, my friends told me. I could feel the presence of ancestors wherever I looked and consistently saw evidence of their life source. But the longer I live in the shadow of Europe, I'm confronted with how shadowy we have become. My works have sought to become a space to hear from Black historians, such as Dr. Istu Smith on her scholarship on Bunce Island, and an opportunity for my friends and family to become accomplices in disturbing historical and contemporary narratives rooted in anti-Blackness. I'm fueled by rage, but also hope. My moving image works have developed creative strategies built with an understanding of the effective potential of empathy, self-compassion, and love to become methods for resisting white supremacy and unlearning systems of oppression. I position myself as a serial complainer, making contentious filmic archives as sequential experiments in complaint against the complacency of Western archives. By framing my artworks as sequential experiments, I am situating my archive as contestation and an attempt towards a more ethical and honest positioning of strategy rather than solution to the perceived fixedness of Western archives. However, my own archive of moving image works is defiantly unfixed, and at any time, I may decide to re-edit my films, reinscribing new material from my personal archives, recording performances to camera, as well as collaging new material from existing archives. These works cannot be considered a final statement or strategy. I recognize that the pace and urgency of my experiments in complaint should not provide a false ending, solution, or a simple comment to a scenario. Instead, they often reinscribe active concerns and complaints against the tragedies of systemic failures, such as the Windrush scandal in the UK, climate suicide, police violence, and racism in education, into new companion artworks that reveal the consistent interconnectedness of time, race, power, and geography that has led us to this climate. For instance, in 2020, I was commissioned by Glasgow Sculpture Studios to produce a new moving image work called Business as Usual, Hostile Environment, and then subsequently revisited it in 2021 to produce a longer extended version, Business as Usual, Hostile Environment, a remix. Neither version has replaced the other. They both exist in my archive as a snapshot of my thinking between 2020 and 2021. Making moving image works under the isolating conditions of the COVID-19 pandemic led to an acceleration of production that changed my approach. Suddenly, most artworks were no longer being seen in curated exhibition or viewing scenarios and were instead being witnessed in isolation at home. The context from which my audience were engaging with my work began to deeply trouble me, as viewing conditions were so unpredictable. During lockdown, audiences could be in bed, sick with COVID, looking after a loved one, deeply traumatized and vulnerable, and it felt irresponsible not to share more holistic ways to nurture self-compassion during their engagement with my work. In an attempt to offer care to my audience while speaking on the abject deafness of our times, I began incorporating meditation to camera, developing short pieces of poetry, and adapting the pace of my work to experiment with how voice and movement can become healing methods for the audience, even in the depth of grief. We will now watch a short extract of my 2020 film commission, Reset. In this extract, we're in the World Cultures section of the Glasgow Museum Resource Centre. Sorry about that. Give it a second. don't worry, it's fine. In Reset, I focus on jazz methods like improvisation and call and response during my editing process. During conversations with my sound editor, artist Richie Carey, we spoke about different diasporan sonic experiences, and Richie shared his insights into how this form of singing related to call and response can be considered a vocal form of empathy, where each voice seeks to mirror and support each other in unison. This idea has flourished throughout my editing, and I am consistently exploring how sound and traditions of movement circulate across waterways, mutating, improvising, absorbing knowledge, and are always in transformation. The effective potential of sonics as both ritual and exercise in improvisation and empathy has become vital in my moving image works. These experiments and soundscapes have opened a wider perspective on the power of affect through singing together in unison, or through call and response, which I've gone into explore in all of my moving image works and performances since this early conversation. This was what you were meant to see. This prelude in Reset was a performance in the archive where myself, an interdisciplinary artist and accomplice, Christian Noel Charles, were attempting to nurture healing for the objects that had been effectively orphaned from their communities. Gathered and collected by missionaries and curiosity seekers, their original intention was often frozen in time with the maker's name erased and forgotten. Our vocal hocketing is meant to offer a moment for release for the objects, but also for ourselves. Thank you. Of course. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I want to hold on to the words, to disassemble and be messed with. I love the urgency of that. To no small degree, the African American Art History Initiative at the Getty Research Institute. For those of you who don't know, the Getty Research Institute is the Getty's art library, right? And so what does it mean to have one of the premier, if not the premier, art history library in the world and not have African American voices there? What does it mean to disrupt a majority white institution that never had space for African American voices in archives? And so to no small degree, my presence here, Kara's presence, Stephen, what we are doing is changing the culture and the mission of an institution that never really had us in mind. And so, for instance, in my position, I'm in charge of acquisitions. I work with estates, I work with artists directly, I work with a very select number of artists who have around 60-year careers. What does it mean to work on a dissertation and never actually have African-American archives at this institution? What does it mean to go to graduate school and never take a class in African-American art, but then have a PhD? And so, for instance, what does it mean to walk into a library? I never questioned, like say you go to the Schomburg and you want to read James Baldwin's papers. How do those papers get there? For my dissertation, I read every one of W.B. Du Bois's letters at UMass Amherst. Never really questioned how those materials got there. And so in my position, what I do is to go into the world, and I work with estates, and so in this particular case, the Johnson Publishing Company, and work with bankruptcy attorneys to actually gain access to the collection and to use the Getty's resources to actually help to save this particular archive. And so in 2019, the Johnson Publishing Company went bankrupt. And to no small degree, I remember Deb, I remember Cheryl calling me to say, so what's going to happen to this archive? For those of you who don't know, the Johnson Publishing Company archive, over 70 some odd years of Black genius. One of the greatest, if not the greatest archive of the 20th century when it comes to African American visual culture, if not photography of our culture. And what does it mean for that archive to be lost? Right? And so what does it mean for me to walk into U-Haul facilities and see archives being lost, being thrown out? What does it mean to actually go through 120 boxes, right? And pull materials out for E.J. Montgomery, pull materials out for our elders and our ancestors, right? And to make the case of how do we preserve these materials. And so, for instance, the Johnson Publishing Company, Ebony Jet, 1942, Negro Digest, right? 2016, the era of paper. Paper. So what does it mean to just have a paywall for the first time? Remember that paywall to get, and so many periodicals went bust, and the Johnson Publishing Company is affected by that as well. And so, Chicago, go to Chicago 2019 to research the archive, right? And in these boxes, I see the history of my people. I was an Ebony Jet kid. So many of you in this room of a certain generation remember Ebony and Jet as the sort of archive of our lives, the periodicals in which we found affirmation. And what does it mean to be in an institution as the first black curator, which is not really an honor, right? What does it mean to be the first black curator, the first person to actually, black person to have the expertise to go into this archive and see the cultural value and worth, spend a week there to make the argument, how do we save this? Right? And so that's what we did, right? That's what we did. And so we look at these materials. They're being processed now. 5 million images, Stephen? Stephen Booth, the archivist of the collection. 5 million images that were almost lost. Right? And so the importance of research, researching that archive, going through the boxes, the Emmett Till box, right? And so for every image we know in terms of the iconic images in Ebony and Jet, 1955, Emmett Till, published in Jet magazine, right? Spark of the Civil Rights Movement, photography. So for every iconic image we know from Ebony and Jet, there are contact sheets, negatives around those moments that would have been lost. And so to no small degree, our work at the Getty Research Institute is to really change the history of art history. You can't say that you have Klaus Oldenburg, which we have, and not have Richard Hunt, right? And I worked with Richard Hunt on the acquisition of his archive. You can't say you understand the history of photography and not have the Ebony Jet collection to really give you a true picture of the American 20th century. So ultimately, the mission is, what does it mean in this context that we're now in when black history is being challenged? When education institutions are now banning books, James Baldwin, Toni Morrison, and what can cultural institutions do to fill that gap? What can cultural institutions do to actually preserve our history and let them know that African Americans have really changed this nation, made it a true democracy, but here in images? And so, Stephen.
Thanks, Laurent. So in terms of what's in the archive, it consists of about 2,700 boxes worth of material. Out of that, 1,800 of those boxes make up the photographic material, the collection. And as Laurent mentioned, most of those photographs were published in Ebony and Jet, but outside of that, Johnson Publishing Company also produced about 12 other titles, started with Negro Digest in 1942. And so in the archive, are the photographs that appeared in all of the magazines, such as Tan Confessions, Hue, Ebony Jr., Ebony Man, Ebony Africa, Ebony South Africa, Black Stars, Black World, and I feel like I'm missing Copper Romance, and Beauty Salon. And what we know now as the photo archive actually started out as the photo files, which were created by Doris Saunders in 1946. And she was actually trained by Vivian G. Harsh, who was the first black librarian at the Chicago Public Library. In 1952, Basil Phillips, who eventually ends up being promoted as photo editor, takes control over the photo files. And so the collection is really well organized, in really great stable condition. But the work that we're doing now is really just to stabilize the formats a little bit better, if you will. As you can see on the screen, there are a lot of different photographic materials that are housed together, which for the items themselves are not ideal. And so our job as archivists, I'm the managing archivist, and I manage a team of 7 absolutely amazing archivists in Chicago. Our job is to go in and actually separate those items and put them into more stabilized conditions so that they could be preserved in prosperity. Our work in Chicago involves the cataloging, but with our partners at the Smithsonian in DC, they're doing the actual digitization work. And so a part of the project is to digitize the entire collection, all 5 million photographs. In addition to the photographs, we have about 10,000 recordings, audio and video recordings of Ebony Jet Showcase, some of the Ebony Fashion Fair runway shows, as well as audio recordings from some of the radio shows, such as WJPC and WLOU, and those materials will also be digitized. In addition, we are planning to digitize also the other 12 magazines that are lesser known by the public. So as we finish our work with cataloging, we ship materials to our colleagues at Smithsonian, they digitize them, and our goal right now, as we're finishing up the planning and testing phases of the project, is to hopefully do an initial launch next year. Kara, I hope that's okay that I shared that. Okay. What's really cool about the collection is that so many different photographers are represented. So at JPC, on staff, there were about 52 photographers, but John Johnson utilized hundreds of freelancers from across the world to produce the magazines. And so we have a really great set of material credited to Monita Sleet Jr., about 260,000 color slides that have just been completed over the last year that we're really excited about, in addition to the photographs taken by David Jackson of Emmett Till, Herbert Nipson. The list really is exhaustive. So we're really excited to present this work as a representation of not only just a photo library or a photo archive, but also archive of how JPC actually did their work. And so we're really fortunate that a lot of the editorial process is captured throughout the archive. And so it really will be a nice way for people to engage with the materials and to learn about how the magazines were created and produced. And this is a really great example of that, a mock-up of a jet cover inside this folder that's related to this particular person. So far, we've identified about 75,000 people that actually have files dedicated to them in the collection. Of course, there are way more than that. And what we learned from the photographs, from looking at the backs of the images, is that we can identify where the image was published, which magazine, as well as all the subjects that are identified in the photographs. And so across this 7-year project, is that right? I do. Yeah. Across the 7-year project, our goal is to make materials available in batches to the public. And so that way, the public will have time to actually engage with the materials versus trying to engage with them all at once, all 5 million photographs at once. Oh, this is a really cool shot of Aretha Franklin. There's a color slide that's attached to that mock-up.
I think we'll save the questions until the very end.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Paul Nenson from Ghana, Accra. Waiting for the slide. The first one, you have to go first. To the last page. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm a photographer and also institution builder by virtue of you being in Ghana, where we have a lot of limited resources. You become everything. Next slide, please. Before I go into archiving, I want you to know about me and where I come from. I grew up in a palace, such a privilege. My grandparents were the community leaders of our community. That's my uncle now. And growing up, my grandparents they saw me as a leader, so they kept on telling me oral histories of our culture. So every single week, week by week, it was all about oral history. And for me, those oral histories became a form of education for me. So when I started a formal education, it was interesting to learn the level of colonialism in our education system, which were colonized by the British. I remember very well being in school and we studied religious and moral education. And under religious and moral education, there's a topic called witchcraft, which under witchcraft, it talks about features of a witch. And it said a woman who is black and like meat. So it was interesting for me when I came to US to study photojournalism at ICP to realize that most of our archives and most of our documents are not in Ghana. So for me, growing up in a palace where I was allowed to explore myself, I was allowed to explore with our culture, I questioned a lot of statements like acquisition, object, archives, storage, museum. For us, our museum is the palace. For us, our museum is where we tell our story and our culture, right? So for me, going back to Ghana was to go back to Ghana to build a new form of education, a new form of archiving, a new form of engaging with these things they call object. For us, festivals is everything to us. Please, next slide. So this is the king of Asante. Again, most objects were looted from generation. My grandparents' palace was also looted. And today, when we talk about objects, in that sense, now it's turned into an object, which again, bringing it back to Ghana, the one who stole the artifacts and these objects says that they determine where it goes and where not to go. Next slide, please. So with this background of growing up in a palace and going to a foreign, which is school, I came to understand the principle that these schools does not welcome somebody like me. Their education is different. I cannot relate to it. Because when I was growing up, my grandparents told me I'm an Asante. But when I went to these schools, I was told I was black, which I questioned a lot because for me, my uncle and my grandparents told me that it was easy for these colonists, imperialists, to wash everything away without knowing us and just put a label on it and combine everybody together. In Ghana, we have 72 tribes. We have different languages, we have different way of life, and we have different way of relating to object. So I went back to Ghana to build a different engagement of archiving, different engagement of education, and a different engagement of studying African studies. So for me and a group of crazy people, young people, our goal is to educate creative leaders in Ghana and to transform the continent in many ways. So our education is different. The linguist is the teacher. The students go to the palace to learn. The palace, the artifacts and these things are not brought to our center. We rather go to the place. For the last 1 year, we've recorded more than 6,000 of oral history from just one palace. We have 32 of them, and the approach is different. We don't take them. We share with the community. So again, in every palace, we have different levels of students who come to the palace to learn and to interact with this culture. And again, also exhibition is different. Because when we have a festival, that is an exhibition. When the king come out, that is an exhibition. Because that is the display of the things we call on the website object. Next slide, please. I was going to show you pictures of our archives, how dirty they are. We're currently working with the government of Ghana to digitize almost 60 million of archives which has never been digitized, from radio stations, TV stations, from papers, newspapers, and all that. But I want to show you a picture of an architect who joined our school and now gone back to the architectural firm to be an archivist, to build institutions, to build things in a different context. So this school we're building, this education we are, is not just for the art historian. It's not just for the one who is the writer. It's for everyone to be able to come and deal with things in a different way. Again, growing up, my family, we don't complain. It was like a taboo to complain. It's either you're fixing the problem or you keep quiet. So the meaning of our institution is called Decan. Literally means take the lead. Because we want to take the lead, the leadership role, or the leadership to solve problems on the continent. Last week, when I was teaching in the class, my student, who we asked them to search on New York Times to find stories of, just type Africa. We couldn't find one single good story about Africa. We searched National Geographic. We couldn't find one good story about Africa. When even Senegal just elected the youngest president on the continent, still the story was different. They questioned whether he can lead the continent, the Senegal, the country. So for us, it's not just, we come from the place where acquisition and everything is being taken away. I was so surprised when I came to my school and many schools in New York and realized these wars. The first time I saw Kwame Nkrumah's pictures was in NYU, and New York Public Library. Again, I asked, why are they here? Why are they not in my country? Why can't it be part of my curriculum? I studied in Ghana all my life, but never saw a picture of Kwame Nkrumah. Then you question yourself, is it fair? Is it equitable? When even we go to on the level of blackness, that one side get to see everything and study them, and the other side don't. We've been the guinea pig where scholars come to the continent, do the research, the thesis, and take away, and never leave anything behind. And when they go to their places, they build the walls and say, you have to be in Harvard before you can have access to our collection. So we be able to make this fair. We cannot, because it's the easiest way to suppress black people is to keep them away from their history, to keep them away from their culture. When you looted the things and you call them the object, you can't even let us have access to them. When I was coming here, it took me 1 month, 3 weeks to get a visa here. How can I have access to the very thing which is being acquired and brought to this side? Next slide, please. Again, we're taking the lead to preserve our own history, share them equitably. Again, I say this because in the palace, it's a community. Archives is not something we keep, it's something we share. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this is the new model of our education. We want to use technology, community, library, and then gallery in terms of distribution. Next slide, please. When I was in New York, when I was going through racism, my therapy was to collect books. So I collected 27,000 books of black people in Africa, then went back home and built the first photo library on the continent. And again, we named it the Black Star, because Ghana is the first Negro nation to gain independence. So to have such a collection and to make it accessible on the continent. Next slide, please. And also, again, we're using technology in this way. In the palaces, we have AI, VR machines, which the community and the chiefs be able to use to interact objects which are on the West, which is not accessible to us. Next slide, please. So I came back and formed an institution called Awo Institute. In our culture, the grandmothers who owns the history. We say, if you want a story, go back to the grandmothers. They have everything. And this is the institution we are launching. You're the first to hear this. We are launching next month, where it's an institution where black people, everyone is welcome. We do digitalization, preservation, research, conservation, and it's the first of its kind on the continent. Next, please. Again, we have more than 10,000 collection of high life music, which I personally collected. Again, we want to be the center of research on high life music, where Afrobeat and hip hop and all that came from. The gallery, which is a small gallery, which used to be a garage and a living room, converted, and it's sad sometimes when you realize that we're the only photo gallery in Ghana. Next. And these are first batch of our students. The institution is 1 year, 4 months old. And again, every year we train 10 students from different sides. We don't limit it to just photographers or curators. Our education is different. Education is not for people to become just photographers. It's for them to be creative leaders so that they can go and transform Africa. Again, and the institution is not the kin. We are linguists. We just interpretate, we just provide facility and everything. Last slide, please. So we're building this facility in Ghana, in South Labadi. If you know Amwako Bafo space, we're just neighbors. And this is the palace. So the institution and the school is a palace on the concept where we gather and then we're able to tell our own story. And the structure itself, we're talking about space, is different. The courtyard is different. The building is different. And again, for us to rechange the concept of how we view and we treat objects. Last slide, please. So my grandparents used to tell me stories, which is an answer story. It always glorify the hunter. But the day the lion tells its own story, and this is the narrative of Africa. Our stories have been told so many times, and it's time we tell our own story. Last slide. So Take the Lead is not just an institution preserving and researching archives. It's an institution that welcomes everybody to be able to join us to take the lead to solve our own problems on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for those brilliant presentations. And we will now play Alberta Whittle's video.
Thank you so much, Cece. Just to speak a little bit on that extract of the film, but also the performance. Christian and I, Cece, have known each other for many years, and Cece is one of my primary accomplices. And probably in about 2018, I'd been doing a residency in Glasgow museums, and they had invited me to look at their museum resource center. And they have an extensive archive of material and objects and artifacts, etc. And walking around this archive, in some ways I felt quite shaken by the lack of names and information that's often attributed to these objects. Not all of it can be catalogued because of the abundance of objects. And there was a real sense of orphanhood, a real sense of deep orphanhood looking at these objects, which had not been allowed to potentially rest in their perishing. So that idea of fixing things in the archive is something which often I'm a bit uncomfortable with. And so when Christian and I went in to do that performance, it was a gesture, an offering to make a lullaby, to allow those objects a brief moment of respite, and also to remind them that we were there watching. And we wanted them to feel our presence that was loving and attentive. And then a few years later, that performance, that lullaby, found its way into my 2020 work Reset, which is really a call to arms to try and think about how we attend to the catastrophe of our times, but also how that lives in the body. And it's to urge a resetting. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that offering to both of you, Cece and Alberta. Before we open up for questions, I just want to make a couple observations about everyone's presentation in relation to the idea of institutions and archives. It sounds like both Monica and Alberta have a resistance in many ways to the idea of the archiving institution. I know, Monica, you said you're creating living archives, researching living archives. And Alberta, you said we're shaping new archives in our own image. Moving on to Laurent and Stephen, as you said, you're working with one of the most powerful archives on the planet. And the work that you all are doing is changing the history of our history so that these archives that have so often worked to erase the presence of Black people can now reflect the things, the periodicals that we have grown up with and documented us and projected our images. And then finally, Paul Ninson, you said archives are not something we keep, it is something we share, a very different approach than the Western gaze and archival impulse that we are used to seeing in the United States, in Europe. So I'm so thankful for your work in these diverse approaches to thinking about what an archive is and what this work can be. I'd love to open it up for a few questions before our 15-minute break. Yes, right here up front.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely fascinating. I just wanted to ask a quick question, mainly to Paul, actually, because you spoke so eloquently about the collection that you've amassed. And I wonder, with respect to building these new infrastructures, how you feel about the appropriation, perhaps, of institutions like biennials, like museums, like art gallery spaces across the African continent, and whether it's possible to construct something different in order to display or to engage with contemporary art, for instance.
Thank you so much. And so for me, I'm an institution builder. I don't know it all, right? I just create spaces for people to come together, for us to rethink some of these ideologies, some of these spaces, right? Yes, there's so many work going on the continent, but for me, it's like, what can we add? What can we work together? Our center, we just acquired a property, which is a 3-story building. The whole first floor is going to be, is rooms, just rooms, for people to come on the continent. Like, we expect scholars, archivists, all that to come. So for us to think about some of these things, whether it's serve Africans or serve Black people. You know, I have a project I'm currently working on called Stuck in My Head. It's a project where the oral history of my grandparents are in my head and I don't see them. And these is in places which can't be accessible. So my activism is to bring people together to build these exhibitions. So if other biannual, other conferences works, you know, it's all of us being able to come together to, as a community, because most of the time people do things in isolation, especially on the continent, because of accessibility, right, to resources and other things. I mean, this project has been just 2 years ago, right? And even building itself is expensive and involve a lot of patience and a lot of sacrifice. So for me, I think those are some of the things I'm willing to work with people to make it happen. Thank you.
All right, I think we have time for one more question. Okay. All right, so we'll go over to, where? To Carrie. Yes, we'll go there, and then we'll have actually a 10-minute break.
Okay. Hi to you all. Brilliant presentations. My name is Lisa Anderson. I'm the Director of Black Cultural Archives in the UK. So this is really resonant. I'm going to combine a question that was asked before with my own, just to make sure we can get that done. But to Paul Ninson, I wanted to find out about the iteration of festival as exhibition, and whether that is something that you're going to do more traditionally, or whether young people can then, you know, iterate the possibility of festival as exhibition. I'm really intrigued by that for my own kind of programming. And to the Getty guys, will the work be free of copyright to use for artists? I'm sure many in the room would want to use that.
Thank you so much. So for us, again, we're redefining what festival means to us. Again, we're starting from one place where the archive, research, the distribution is the last point. So we are in the phases of and stages of it. But we are open and we talk to other people to see how best. And again, we've been patient because we want to do something different. Not the same thing which does not serve us, which is not helpful to us, right? We don't want to copy what the West is doing because it serves them. It doesn't serve us in many ways. I wish my colleagues were here. I wish my students were here. I wish my people were here as well. You know, so for me, these are some of the things we want to be able to work with other people to bring even Black portraiture to Ghana, right? So that we can all have people in this room to watch these things, to be able to meet the scholars and Deb and other people, right? So for me, those are some of the things we want to, and again, we want to ask the Getty also, can you make it accessible to us on the continent with no paywall, right? That I can't get a visa from American Embassy and you pay $500, whether you get it or not. So for me, it's like, coming here is impossible. Can I bring the resources here to the continent as well? Thank you.
And for the JPC archive, the goal is to make everything publicly accessible online. Right now, we know we do have the rights to all of the staff photographers that worked at the company, but as I mentioned earlier, JPC utilized a number of freelancers. We also have some other third-party rights. It's our legal counsel, both at the Getty as well as Smithsonian, are looking into that to make sure that we can also make those images accessible as well, downloadable and accessible to everyone.
And it's not just for the idea of the scholar, right? Not the academic scholar. It's for artists, right? And so it'll be open to the public, just making a point. So we co-steward the archive with NIMAC, the Museum of African American History and Culture in DC. So between us, we're archiving the collection and digitizing the collection, but it's not just for strict academic scholars, right? And so if you want access to the archive, it will absolutely, you have to have access. No, okay, so one of the so we're not Getty Images. Getty Image, that's the cousin Getty. That you know, that's the wayward cousin who owns all the images in the world. We're not. No, no association with the Getty Images beyond the name. Getty.
All right. And I think Cheryl Finley has one thing, and we'll keep it moving.
Thanks so much, everyone, for a great panel and your presentations, and focus on your practice as artists, but also how, as archivists and innovators, you are working with the work that we have, that you've created. But my question is for Monica and also for Alberta. If you could please talk about. One of the things that I'm really pleased about on the panel is the way that with both of your works, you're concerned with things like language, but also with humanity in a way that it is in your creativity, thinking about healing, and really enacting ways that we, can be healed as human beings, coming together, but also in the way that we are nourished. I think that each of your practices are very much engaged with nourishment, nourishing the body, but also nourishing our planet, creating and I think reflecting upon ways that regeneration is something that is a vital life force. And I wanted to ask if you could perhaps reflect on some of those ideas within your own practices. And even Alberta, just for example, I'm thinking about your 2022 59th Venice Biennale project. I think that throughout the creation of that project, especially during COVID, you were engaged in some of these practices. And Monica, even for your own presentation, whether it was here today and the practices that you've shared previously, that there's some engagement, again, with healing practices, with voice, with the body, but also with the things that nourish us. Thank you.
I work a lot with the relationship of our body, human body, with nature. And we have to think that the process we went historically is separated mind and body and spirit. And we need to recover that because we cannot understand our bodies in an isolated form. We have to understand them as a higher context. And the first form of colonization was the land through monoculture. And this is why, I presented here also in Venice, a garden. So I'm a photographer. I was trained as a sculptor. And for me, it was important here at this Biennale also to bring what I usually photograph, to create an experience, really. It's also not only about looking, or as, inviting people, as you did now, inviting people to listen, because we forgot to listen what the landscape has to tell us. Because when I was showing you the pictures, you can just see one layer of what is available on these lands, especially talking about the Kwanzaa River. How much spirits are there, how many stories the landscape they have to tell us. So this is what was taken away from us, the connection. And the Enlightenment periods, Western He really separated man from nature, and this is what I'm reclaiming when I'm making a Creole garden, where actually the stories of these plants or this book, it's not a scientific book as in Western, what each plant, what are the therapeutic and medicinal powers of the plant, but they old stories, and it's recovering these stories that they are passed on generation to generation. And it's not an object; it's a living archive. And even when we recreate archives, we have to also think about which objects are we creating, for who has access to that, and especially like the quotation is, it's a place of sharing, and we cannot forget that. That's we were put in boxes, and our histories were also put in boxes. So we have to go through a process of connecting again to our bodies and to the landscape to recover these voices and to regenerate.
Thank you so much for that question. It's really special to think back about my artwork in the Scottish Pavilion in 2022 and really revisit it now 2 years later, because when I began making that work, we knew about it from 2020, and it was really at the beginning of the pandemic. And I'd seen a dear friend, Clarissa, post something online and talk about the grief we hold in our body, and this idea that we were living in this moment of anticipatory grief. And she really almost was she was a seer in terms of really already at that early point in March 2020, understanding that we were in for a whole lot more grief. And thinking about grief and how we hold that in the body, but in particular how we can open up conversations and make space for release spiritually, release bodily, release into the elements, felt like a really important anchor point to begin that conversation and making. And as the development of the project continued, thinking more about who's actually going to be here, who is witnessing this work, who is going to be present with this work, and really, again, trying to be attentive about those encounters with my work was a very big consideration in its development, and especially in terms of approaching numbness. Because what I realized is, even though much of my work is dealing with quite contested or difficult subjects, there has to be a space where we can find relief of that grief, of that sorrow, but also be held. I didn't want to abandon my audiences. There had to be ample seating. There had to be spaces of rest at the pavilion, and working with a more extensive team of accomplices in really articulating how language can also be a way to release or emit healing became very foundational. So even the furniture was used as a way of articulating breath. I used different punctuation points such as commas, brackets, full stops, exclamation marks to provide visual cues for the audience to know that they could hold themselves in these suspended spaces for release. And I was very lucky that the exhibition, actually the film program traveled across Scotland and was also available online. So it meant that I was able to engage with different audiences and open up different conversations with other accomplices in different locations in Scotland. And for me, when I think about, that statement Clarissa made about anticipatory grief, and now here we are 4 years later, we're still living in that deep space of grief. But yet, I really wonder how much we're able to find release. And and that makes me really almost think much more ancestrally about the lessons my elders have taught me and my ancestors, but also about this idea of a genealogical family of thinkers, of researchers, of scholars, of performers, of artists, and of writers. And they're all now part of my thinking going forward from that experience. So I'm truly grateful to them, to my accomplices.
Thank you so much. We'll take 10 and be right back here.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. Please come back. Please come and join us. We'd like to get the next panel started. Thank you so much. We'll be beginning in uno minuto. Un minuto, por favor. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Treasure Ray, a senior at Clark Atlanta University, majoring in art history, minoring in fashion design, and I'd like to present Panel 6, Black Realities Through Digital Media. So today I have Carrie Mae Weems, Elvira Diangani Osei, Hank Willis Thomas, and moderating is Anna Erbinden Keeson.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to the organizers for bringing us together. I'm Anna Erbinden Keeson. I'm a foreigner. I'm from Sri Lanka. My family is based on the unceded lands of the Wadandi people in Western Australia. And I live in Princeton, where I'm an art historian. And I'm so grateful to be on this panel with these amazing speakers, Hank Willis Thomas, Elvira Diangani Osei, and our queen, Carrie Mae Weems. So our panelists will be exploring the narrative possibilities of digital media and its relationship to the expression and documentation of Black realities. As they share their work with us, I invite you to consider just a couple of framing questions. What forms and stories of Black life does digital media orientate us towards? Do we become witnesses? Do we become participants? What happens to us as embodied viewers? And how can digital media draw our attention, and I'm saying attention very specifically, differently from other media, to the flows, to the movements and migrations of a concept that seems to be re-emerging in our conversations, which is Blackness as aesthetics. So our panelists will each speak for 15 minutes. We'll start with Hank, then Elvira, then Carrie Mae Weems. And if there's time, I'll pose a question or two to our panelists or ask them if they have questions, and then we'll open the panel up to questions from the audience, and we're hoping to finish at the allotted time on your schedule. So, Hank.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Say cheese.
They're so beautiful. Yes.
So I am very grateful to be here. Grateful to all of the organizers present and in the spirit realm. Grateful to all of the people who walked incredible paths to provide space for each of us to be here. I think about our ancestors like Faith Ringgold, who did not give birth to me, but birthed a new me almost every time I looked at her work. And I wanted to remind myself and to remind you that that is what you are doing for someone. I think about these convenings in a strange way because my mom's been dragging me to them for almost half a century, which she does not like me to acknowledge because I'm almost 50. And then you look at my dad and you're like, wait a minute, who's older, me or him? So wait, you don't have any wrinkles. It's a problem. So I've been here, like literally here, and here has taken different shapes and different moments in different times, but it's always been here. And here is the spirit of love that brings us to convene. We have gratitude to the conveners, but without those who come to the convening, it is not anything. And I was looking at the ceiling, and I don't read Latin, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the words here appear to talk about, I did Google it, courage and worth, honesty and integrity, gratitude and kindness, beauty and elegance. And this room was created to make those who are in it feel important, but also to be mindful of all of the things that are going on in the realms that we cannot see that impact our lives. And a lot of the work that each of us are doing is in that same spirit, but not often being aware that we are the divine creators ourselves. Doctor, I call you Dr. Carrie Mae. If you've had the opportunity to just see her lose herself in herself, you have been blessed. And one time, Carrie came to my studio and just started talking. And it was amazing to watch all of us be enraptured. I just took a video. It wanted to be in 18 minutes. I'm like, I don't even know how to. But there's something she said that stuck with me. And she said, which you remember because I've told you many times, there is a lot. She said we had to have fun. She said there's a lot of room for.
In seriousness, there's little room for fun, but within play, there's great room for seriousness.
Yeah, there's a lot of room there's little room for seriousness, for play and seriousness, but a lot of room for seriousness and play. And so I have then, sometimes when I'm making my work and I'm being serious, I forget to be playful, right? Because in a way, as we are all alchemists. The energy we put out, the fly clothes you all wear, the smiles, the breath you take. Every breath you take, as we learned during the pandemic, becomes a part of someone else, right? And if that breath is serious, which we saw some, I think, playful and beautiful breath that was also serious, it can be healing. And so I think about that when I think about the work and the lives and the play of Dr. Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King, who created new techniques for expanding the game, right? We are playing an infinite game. We're in a room where tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people have visited over centuries and maybe half a millennia. And people were playing in this room. These people played heartstrings, and they played them so well that we, decades after they have left the physical realm, can still hear their music. And so I think about this image where Dr. King was, when he received the Nobel Peace Prize, and I looked at this image where he was hugging his wife, and the glee on his face is a really powerful thing because we don't think about the joy in his life as much. And seeing her smile as she holds him and seeing the weight of his body on her shoulders and the way she carried that weight afterwards for nearly half a century, and did it with grace against all kinds of adversity, and had a pretty good sense of humor if you read her autobiography. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to play with that, and I made this monument. It is the largest monument to love in the United States of America. It's also the largest bronze sculpture in the United States of America. It's called The Embrace, and it's in Boston Commons. And we, next slide, opened it, and you see the heart. Let's go back. You see the two hearts in there? That wasn't on purpose. But next slide. This, over the next 6 million people go to this park every year. So in 100 years, no, 60 million. So in 100 years, 600 million people will hopefully, my children will have a world that is safe enough for them to live in, and then have children. And one of them, who may not know my name, will be in this space where Dr. Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King went on their first date and fell in love. And we don't think about all the circulations of space. And they could have never imagined at 20-something years old that someone would make a monument to their love. And it's not their love, it's their love for each other. It wasn't their love for each other, it's their love for the community. So they talked about love in a very different way than we've been marketed to. And there was a whole funny and amazing digital experience, which I meant to talk about, but I'm not going to talk about too much. So we had this opening, and their only grandchild comes to the opening with her father, and she stands inside. There's like a portal, oculus to the sky, and she says, "I feel like my grandparents are looking down on me." Her name is Yolanda King, named after her aunt, and she has got the spirit in her. And they had the Republican governor, the Democratic governor before, and the mayor, and everyone was like feeling each other and loving and hugging. And there was a distant cousin went on, what's the show? Tucker Carlson on Fox News, and started talking about things that he saw in the sculpture that the thousands of people there did not see. And over the course, it was like picked up on Comedy Central, CNN, and there was all this hoopla about this controversy about the sculpture. Look it up if you didn't see it. People were texting me from Switzerland and South Africa, like, "Are you okay? How do you feel about what's happening to your sculpture?" And the only things that people could compare it to online when they were writing about it was the Eiffel Tower, the Statue of Liberty, and the Vietnam War Memorial. And I was like, yeah, I feel terrible. So I realized that there was a different reality online than the reality here. So if you did follow me on Instagram, I'm not there because I chose to be in reality. So, I mean, I'm going to go back into the fictional reality, but I want to go back with the awareness that this is not real. This is people fronting like this is real life. And many of us, me sometimes spending 3 hours of my precious time a day, because I got 2 kids, 3 hours looking into a corporate window so I can see what my mom is doing rather than calling her or coming to visit her. And they're making money. And so when you do live online, do it consciously, because they are making money with your attention. And not only that, they are exploiting everyone you know and love and their attention through you. And so I love you. So when I go back online, and if you catch me not doing what I'm meant to do, which is spreading love in everything I do, remind me. Because the algorithm does not want us to love ourselves and to love each other. It wants us to forget about humanity. So, in the spirit of play, I wanted to invite us to let. And can we invite love into the room? I mean, it's here, right? You guys feel it. But can we ask cynicism and hate to like step outside a little bit? Just look around and just like look around. Can you watch cynicism and hate leave the room for a little bit? Say, bye. We'll be back. We just need to have a conversation. And in that spirit, I think about Dr. King, who said that we need to, the way to be, that we should become, I wrote something. And it did make sense, but I realized that convening is about love. Like, everyone who's doing this work is saying to you, I love you. I love my family, and my family is you, and I love myself. And we don't talk about the role of love in our work. But you can't do this without it. And that's what I benefited from growing up with you all, when there was like almost less people at this table talking about the things that we're talking about, and then watching that expand to ripples. But so I literally don't know what I'm saying. To be loved. What is to be loved? What is love? I think what I was trying to say. Oh, I said this part. Good. But if God made us in his image, and God is love, does that mean that love is God? And are we love? And if we're love, and God is love, then we are that. Thank you. That's what I meant to say. That was the thing I wrote. But then I didn't. I literally did it. I was trying to pay attention to the other panel and be like, something's coming. But you get the spirit. But Dr. King talked about this context, that we are that. And he said the way to be integrated, he talked about us to be integrated with ourselves. The way to be integrated with yourself is in abounded love. Love has a redemptive power. If you hate your enemies, you have no way to redeem and to transform them. Just loving them, that's the only way. There's something about love that is creative. And I think he did this sermon in the 50s about the power of love and creativity, and that being a pathway towards liberation. And this sculpture is in the spirit of that, but also something that Coretta Scott King wrote about his work that she felt was very misunderstood. She said he had this vision of the beloved community. And he said, so she wrote, to me, the beloved community is a realistic vision of an achievable society, one in which problems and conflict exist, but are resolved peacefully and without bitterness. In the beloved community, care and compassion drive political policies that support the worldwide elimination of poverty and hunger and all forms of bigotry and violence. The beloved community is a state of heart and mind, a spirit, a hope, and a goodwill that transcends the boundaries and the barriers and embraces all creation. At its core, the beloved community is an engine of reconciliation. You want to read this last? You read this last line. No, you read it. I know. I got 30 seconds over. You read this last line. I could barely read in the first place. This way.
Glasses.
I know. See, I'm trying to read. She's like, 1 minute. Stop.
You're going to have to pass it down. Wherever you
Okay, Carrie Mae should read this. Or Elvira should read this.
No,
She's got the best voice anyway. No, they're going to add it. She's got the best voice anyway. Oh, I should ask you.
What am I?
The beloved community.
Okay.
Wait. No, not the whole thing.
What do you want me to read?
At its core.
At its core, the beloved community is an engine of reconciliation. This way of living seems a long way from the kind of world we have now. But I do believe It is a goal that can be accomplished through courage and determination, and through education and training, if enough people are willing to make the necessary commitment. Coretta Scott King. I didn't want to follow Carrie Mae Weems, but now I don't want to follow Hank either. Shall I go? Well, hello everybody, how you doing? Brilliant. I want to say, for those of you who have seen the catalog of the last show that Carrie and I did together, there is a moment, an anecdote where I explained the first time that I took the courage to talk to her in the staircases of Whitney Museum after a conversation that you guys have in something that our dear beloved Deborah Dev had organized that was called Here and Now. And I think that was the sort of like the source of these black portraits. It's a long history, but to me, being here today in your presence, it's almost like a sense of, a circle that comes and get together. The ball that John Murillo was throwing to the basketball. I'm a bowler, and throwing that basketball to, it's also another one for you and play. So it's really, really special. And I want to say it's special not because that took me to Carrie and to the years that we have shared together. She insisted I had to be here in this conversation. I'm grateful for that, but I have worked with Deborah professor for many years. So I'm very, very, very happy to be here. But also, I'm happy because you have made possible for other sense of academy, for other understanding of knowledge sharing, of knowledge production, beyond the hegemonic constraints that knowledge sometimes have. And you do so inviting us all to take on the deepest engagement we have with our practice, with love, in the way that only these two artists can express, and more. Some of them are there in the audience, or were here before, or we listened to them yesterday. I always say this sentence that I wish I had written myself, but it was written by a friend of mine, that artists are better equipped than historians to tell the history, not the way it happens, but the way it felt. Right? I want to leave you with that. This is Yaisa Hernandez Velázquez, the woman that created this. So I thought that in the spirit of bringing my practice here, what I will do today is to bring a proposal for an exhibition. Yeah, and maybe, I'm hoping that this proposal perhaps is successful, speculative fiction. But I want us to, this is my practice. My practice is to making shows and creating narratives through the experience of an exhibition. So I'm going to try to read through some of the ideas, and I hope that if they are not, delivered enough, you can come back to me and ask me whatever questions within the dialogue or afterwards. And it looks really to the realities of the topic of the panel, but also to love, to be loved, and to the beloved community. And the title is a working title, obviously, but it's Thank You for Coming, right? And it takes in two things. I'm going to start reading, because of course I'm reading you the proposal. So I will start with this quote by the philosopher Maria José Monzian in her book Homo Spectator. And it says, if the emerging spectator is the human, him or herself, the death of the spectator is the death of humanity. It is the barbarism that threats a world without spectators. The mass, to whom we offer millions of things to see every day, having become the public, strictly speaking, loses sight of its own objective apparent in the closed field of recognition. The verb to see becomes an infinite without a subject. That's to say, an organic operation which absorbs the gaze in object which it consumes and which consume it. What is seeing? What does it mean to see something? What does it mean to see an image? And the second aspect which I want to develop take also on a quote by a philosopher, a British philosopher of Pakistani origin, Shumon Bashar, a philosopher, architect, writer, somebody that prefer not to be defined. And he has written this beautiful text called The Dawn of Encore. He says, when global narratives collapse, invades our inner space, do new stories emerge? What if the future is now a thing of the past? An example of this so-called chaos core, in which the present seems only to be grasped in the articulated via of a clash of reference and taste, all unmoored from their provenance, falling like Paul Klee, Angelus Novus, and then I thought here in the classroom you always have, Requiem to Mar the Moment, for instance, right? The Angelus Novus and that sort of like Walter Benjaminian space. So Paul Klee does the Angelus Novus in 1920, in which Walter Benjamin described as confronting a storm that, in the quote, and I quote in the quote, Walter Benjamin, irresistibly propels him into the future to which his back is turned, while the pile of debris before him grows skyward. Chaos is Encore's style of the year. History, too, is the illusion of the new world about to happen at the dawn of Encore. Thank you for coming. Dear Selection Committee panel, as a way of introduction, the purpose of this preliminary that you hold in your hand is to explore a series of paradigmatic scenarios in which to anchor the conceptual proposal for your biennial. The framework of reference for this proposal is twofold. On the one hand, it takes as a starting point Marie-José Monsign's notion of homo spectator and her observation of how the origin of image making from the Paleolithic painting is crucial to the anthropological understanding of humanity and to establish de facto the verb of human being as a spectator. Moreover, her approach to the political regime of emotional manipulation embedded in the process of the production and dissemination of images, most critically, of course, since September 11, 2001, established the paradigm of deception and control, which has to determine the status of spectatorship today, and the crisis of categories such as actor, spectator, author, and indeed human being, before the limits of a critical thinking ever so often undermined by the dehumanization power of such proliferation of images. On the other hand, the new formulations of digital social imaginaries and the multiplication of portrayals they generate determine what Shumon Bashar calls the encore, or a series of then, if one is to embrace his argument, a sort of prediction at the end of the history of Francis Fukuyama, in which a multiverse theory postulates parallel universes, less alternative histories, more maximalist presence, where everybody that could happen is happening simultaneously. In between those critical conceptualizations of who we are and the narrative we built about ourselves and our circumstances exhibition making and its institutions, or any display affected by what Tony Bennett calls the exhibitionary complex, emerge as an interpretative method, as a device, as a platform to test some of the future possibilities of the human. I will argue, and it's my hope, that the artwork and the artistic experience in this project biennial, blah, 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 will prove that since the creation of universal expositions, notions of world making and world building had taken place, overlapping ways of living, thinking, and producing to give birth to the world as we know it. A world that Western modernity had compartmentalized in a series of disciplines that no longer hold demarcation and that precisely need to willing witness their demise as alternative modernities to or comparative modernities outside the West came to overlap in a sort of proto-metaverse. One could argue that the dawn of Encore, already in the production of history, is collapse of time and space and the dissolution of the modern construct in the telling of the world we used to come with it. This is not, in any case, a melancholy revival of the past, but a necessary restyling, quote, of it in order to embrace the future, as Bazin suggests. The World Exhibition. Okay, this is the second part of the argument, which in a way try to establish how things, like an example of something that will happen. The world in the exhibition, right? If we were to bring, and sorry I didn't bring an image of Edouard Manet views of the 1867 Exposition Universelle, but you have it in mind, right? It's that beautiful panorama where you see almost like the balloon with an Nadar photographer and some things around, a man in the horse, etc. Everything occurred in the grayest area in the Parisian far landscape, having those global narratives invading the artist's innerscape. No? Sorry. If we were to be able to bring the forefront of Edouard Manet's blah, 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 everything occurring in the grayest area of his Parisian far landscape, having those narratives invading the artist's inner space, what sort of stories will have emerged? And would that experiment have provided us with the apprehension of the plurality of experience occurring in major colonial metropolises such as London or Paris all at once? If current theories of metaverse bring together a narrative of the present in the plural, offering its temporary inhabitants an embodied internet where they can be present with others inside a whole new virtual world, one of the focuses of this project is to speculate with the possibility of conceiving the exhibitionary complex of the Universal Exposition and all forms of exhibition making ever since as a proto-metaverse aiming to narrate, if not fictionalize, a world at large, generated as an exhibition even when it's featured in the context of and limited by modern dichotomies. For the Western mind, as Timothy Mitchell reminds us, reality means that which is present itself in a distinction between representation and the original. It is something to be grasped, though, if we're an exhibit. Moreover, techniques of the representation of the other were not limited to the world exhibition. Further mechanisms of representation were generated in Orientalist congresses, theaters, and zoos, human and otherwise, in schools, department stores, and museums, of course. Thus, what will occur if one were collapse time, and I was thinking, in fact, in black time and the discussion of white time and everything else in between, right, here. So if we were to collapse time and bring together all the stories, their context, their narrator, the protagonists that were left out of a compartmentalized histories once considered universal, what would happen? Using post-colonial formulation of world making, after imperial regime as a conceptual arithmetic or algorithmic, but also metaverse and video games notions of world building as the opportunity to imagine the world as a Pangea, right? So we will have to bring the love, the cynicism, all of us, everybody that is outside of this room, in a singular symbolic deep implicancy, which does not erase the plurality of experience and agency. So imagine like everything is happening all at once. No? Everything, everywhere, all at once. This project will frame episodes of history making, an aspect of us reading the history left behind, together with projection of future making, previously erased from history and its processes of production. And I only have 30 seconds, so I haven't been able to deliver. But one interesting case will be, I'm going to take the 30 seconds he stole from me. As an example, I could use Michel's anecdote of the Egyptian Orientalists visiting the 1889 Universal Exhibition in Paris. And if they were able to address the artificial proclaim of the reproduction of the street in Cairo through the aesthetic experience that will handle their subjectivity as a full agent, as a full capacity of the representation. Something that could only happen centuries later through the articulation proposed by other artists, right? And I'm gonna stay here because I cannot read more, and but the idea is that all these experiences will be presented together in several materials from all times that help to deliver historic content from multiple perspectives, collapsing the imaginaries, academic research output, mass media and popular culture, vignettes, caricature, postcard, literature, performance, photography, object, music, digital platform, everything, everywhere, all at once. Thank you. I learn from the best.
No. Oh my goodness. I've been thinking so much about this idea of everything, which is what the digital age seems to suggest is possible, that we can be everywhere at the same time, constantly. And the only thing that seems to really seriously impact what we're doing is that time has changed. Time has shifted in a really substantial way, so that we are always trying to catch up with ourselves through time. One of the first digital clocks, actually, is just here in San Marco Square. It's the first digital clock on the planet. This idea that we are trying to keep time and keeping up with time is the thing that I think is most interesting about the digital age that we have really sort of launched into. The only thing that matters to me really about the digital process, of course, we're all using tattered to the digital. All day long, me and my husband are trying to figure out, where do we plug in? Where do we plug in? How do we plug in? Where's that cord? Where's that thing? Pretty soon it will be like, there'll be like little outlets in your heart. Do you know what I mean? Where there's like, electrical currents. They're actually working on that now. And I've had also very interesting meetings with people from various digital platforms who thought that they actually really wanted to work with me around things. And so about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago, I got this call from Meta. And there were a whole group of fascinating young people in the audience, young, gorgeous, white for the most part. And one young boy, Henry, I'll never forget his name. Henry, we were on the Zoom call, and Henry was like laid back. You know what I mean? His feet were up on the desk, and his hand was behind his head. And he was talking about the future. And they were asking me if I wanted to do something with Meta. The thing that I found that was really fascinating is that, there was this sort of incredible technology, this amazing technology, and billions of dollars at stake. And the only thing that they could show me as an example of what we might do together, they showed me smiley faces bumping down the hallway. It was like, the first thing y'all need to do is be fired. Now, the thing that was interesting, I met with them on a Monday, and
On Wednesday, I hadn't heard from anybody, even though they said they were going to get back to me right away. And again, we were all talking about the future. And finally, I wrote an email on Thursday to say, what's up? And on Friday, I got a note saying, everybody was fired. Except the only sister that was in the room, right? Because Meta needed her. And I thought, well, I'm sorry you guys didn't see the future. So, as we were talking about future. So, a couple of things. We all come from various places. All of us. Black, brown, varying shades of brown. We are all coming from very, very, very different places. We have different backgrounds. In some cases, we have very different values. We have very different ways of articulating who we are, what we want, what we desire, what we need. We come from, in some places, different classes, which has not been at all talked about, I think, for the most part, but I think is real. You know, there are queens in the room and princes in the room and kings in the room, and they've come from that background, right? And all of those things about who we are, I think, really inform who we are. I wanted to just, because I talk too much, I really wanted to spend just a little time just introducing a project. I have learned that the only thing that really matters to me, again, about the digital space, and any space for that matter, is that I am able to work. That I'm able to work, that I'm able to deliver on the promise that I made to myself that I would work. And in the process, I would be deeply looking, as my dear sister Deb has always done, looking at widening the path. How do we widen the path, and how do we become more inclusive? And that it's really through the work, through the effort, to the desire to work, to achieve and to know and to learn, that I'm grounded. That's the only thing that I really care about, that I'm able to work and ultimately to be able to share that work with an audience who might be willing to have actually a conversation with me. Who can be heard, and how can they be heard? What is the level of voice one might use, Esther, right, in being heard, right? So that it can translate across time and space. My sister Ntasaki Shange said this. She said, though we may come from different places, and we do not speak the same language, we fight the same old men. The same old men who thought the world was flat. Go on over the edge, old men, because we're going to feed our children the sun. It was working on a piece about my grandfather that I, for the first time, began to understand and position myself in relationship to ideas that I thought that I actually disagreed with, that I was transformed actually through the work and through this piece that I did about my grandfather, Frank Weems. It was through this work that I actually began to understand the deep importance of reparation, the meaning of reparation, the link of ideas of reparation to restitution and to the return, even though, of course, we will never go home in the same way. Home has changed, and so have we, but we have great, great, great work to do in relationship to that home. So with that, I'd like to show a short piece, a video piece. It's 10 minutes long. It's actually longer, about my grandfather, Frank Weems, and doing this work led me to understand that reparations was not only possible, but absolutely essential and necessary if we are going to actually move forward in the deepest way towards restitution. Let's start. And can we lower the lights, please?
assumed dead, your life takes on new meaning. Your name becomes the constant refrain.
In
it's
volume?
used by the Union, by the Socialist, the Communist, the Klan, and the press. The Amsterdam News, all of the Negro papers, even Time magazine asked the question, where is Frank Weems? Songs are written in your name, and sung up and down the Union line. Even President Roosevelt asked the question, where is Frank Weems? Vera, your wife, and your son Clarence are photographed by some of the great photographers of the FSA, Lang, Vachon. But it appears that you were worth more dead than alive. We learn that you have made your way to Chicago. We see you in your lawyer's office preparing suit against the state of Arkansas for your mistreatment. But once you're found, there's no more mention of you. There are no more articles about you. And so the family begins to search, and we search in vain for a very, very, very long time.
Dear Frank, I found that your father was named George Weems, and your mother was Betty Shelton, both born in Ohio. Did you have a brother or a sister? Who were your aunts, uncles, cousins? Who were your grandparents on both sides? One source says you were born in Davidson County, Tennessee. The other indicates Ohio. Before you met and married my grandmother Vera Phillips, a source says you were married before at age 23 in approximately 1904. Who was she, Frank? Did you have kids with her? Where did you live when you met and married? Frank, I hope you didn't abandon her. That would have made me oh so sad. From the year of your birth, on March 21st, 1881, until you married Vera in Arkansas on January 4th, 1920, I'm having a difficult time locating you. What was those early years like for you? When did you become a union organizer? Was it before or during the evictions in Arkansas? Were the actions of the union aid in the evictions? I can't imagine what it was like for you and my family. When you were gone, Vera had a hard life. In 1940, she was with a man for a while who helped her with your children. Your son Merle had to basically kidnap his mother, your wife, and another of your grandchildren, Mattie Jean, from a sharecropping situation. It's almost a scene from a movie. Apparently, under the cover of darkness, one cold, wintry, rainy night in Mississippi, he went and rescued her and took her to Memphis. When Mattie Jean told me they walked all the way. That's almost 70 miles. An hour and a half by car, 24 hours on foot. The state of mind my grandmother must have been in is unimaginable. My father said leaving her there was not an option. He was about to embark on a journey to Oregon. When they arrived in Memphis, he had a place all ready for her.
In the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, under Part 3, Article 6, it states, "Every human being has the inherent right to life. This right shall be protected by law, and no one shall be arbitrarily deprived of his life." Under the United States Charter on Human Rights, and in the name of Frank Weems and the entire Weems family, we charge the state of Arkansas for crimes against humanity. We charge them in the name of Frank Weems for his forced migration, for the loss of his family and all of his children. for the loss that they suffered and for the emotional trauma endured, for the long days and the sleepless nights, for the violation against his human dignity, for the lack of liberty and freedom, for the unwarranted suffering, for all of the pain, for all of the lies, for all of the dreams and hopes that were shattered, for his enslavement, for the brutality directed against him, for the murder of his family and his friends, for the endless search, for the disruption to his life, for all of the unanswered questions, for the worry, for the beating and the hunting and the dragging, for the time spent on the side of the road, for the walking and the running, for every moment spent in hiding, for the joy that was missed, for the family time, for the birthdays and the holidays and the family gatherings, for the dinners and the dancing and the births and the deaths, for the celebrations, graduations, for the days on the beach, for the sunsets, for the laughter, the bidwis and the backslapping, for the sheer fun, for home, for the evening strolls, for sitting on the porch, for the joy of watching his children grow, for the cuddling and the hugs and the love, for the endless summer days, and the fucking and the fighting and everything that comes along with being in a family, for the nightmares and the terror, the vicious acts of vengeance, the sheets and the torches, the night raids, the rapes and the pillage, the shit and the dirty hands, the filthy mouths, and the constant terror, the malicious treatment of women and children. We charge this in the name of the Weems family. We charge the state of Arkansas for his forced migration, for the loss of his family and all of his children, for their loss and their burden and emotional trauma, for the long days and the sleepless nights, for the violation of his human dignity, for the lack of liberty and freedom, for the unwarranted suffering, for all of the pain and all of the lies and all of the shattered dreams, for the murder of his friends, for the search.
And it's all of our families.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. It was really, in making this, when I made this and I showed it for the first time, a young reporter came up to me and she asked me, what did I learn? What did I learn from working on this piece? It was such a great question. What did I learn? How did it change me? And I realized that I had been changed, that up until I had made this piece, I had actually been opposed to the idea of reparation. I thought that it was actually a waste of our time and that we could use our time in a better, more efficient kind of way. And it was really in the process then of finishing it. I was literally finishing the film, thinking I needed to continue the suit on the part of my grandfather. The first photograph I ever saw of him was in his lawyer's office attempting to sue the state of Arkansas for the separation from his family and his forced removal and his beating. And I thought, I'm going to continue my grandfather's suit. That's what I'm working on.
So I want to open this up to questions from the audience because we don't have a lot of time before we break for lunch. So please There's a question at the back.
First off, thank you so much. This is a super fruitful panel. My name is Nzinga Simmons, and I'm a PhD candidate at Duke. I research Black contemporary artists working in new media and sort of how Black artists are using digital technologies as a way to widen, complicate, nuance the visualization of Blackness. And I guess my question is, so how has the sort of increased flow, abundance, and sort of accessibility of the Black digital archive in the 21st century perhaps shifted your relationship to Black images? How has it impacted your work and how you visualize or represent Blackness? So yeah.
I'm just very excited to, it was, I think, really through the digital platforms that I really experienced and learned about images of my grandfather for the first time. It was only after those archives were sort of opened up, it was when that material was suddenly available that we were able to sort of discover things that we've been searching for 30 years. So, so it, of course, it's been very, very important to me, and I think to all of us. There is this incredible amount of material that's out there. We have this extraordinary digital technology at our fingertips to dig into, and it's going to change us in ways that we can't even begin to imagine. And I am deeply excited by what all you young people out there in the audience are going to bring.
Thank you.
I was thinking that maybe you want to go. No, I'm thinking, I mean, and you proved Han before, and also, of course, what we see in the images of Carrie's work, but also in the particular take on the hug, right? Like the importance of that, like for those images to prevail, no, in our being referenced to our world. But I also was thinking in something that was discussed yesterday, which I think is important, because all the concerns, all the interpretations, all the way in which we look at those images, at Black subjectivity through image making, are still, even in the digital world, framed by certain constraints, at the same time that they open many possibilities, as you were saying. So I think that it is important in relation to that Black aesthetic and the world that Ben Okri was saying yesterday, that is a life works. It's a life work. Mm-hmm. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Like I hear you saying at times, Carrie, that you feel that sometimes you are always doing the same project. There's some way, we are invested in, and I think it's the same for you, we are invested in letting part of who we are in the process of making whatever interpretation of the world we are up to. And in that making, I think, comes our own subjectivity, because it's through the experience that we go through that we learn how to look ourselves, right? There is and I was trying to say this earlier, right? There is, most of us, or at least maybe you're younger than me and you have lived through an experience where some of the possibilities of reinterpreting or reading, certain contexts, evolving identities, ways of addressing who we are, much more open because of the work of people like Dave, Professor Kelly Jones, shifting and changing. They had done, the muscle work for us. And there is another one that we had to do. But I don't think that because of what has been done for generations, none of that is guaranteed. So I will say that in looking at what we produce in the digital world, and Legacy Russells with both glitch feminism and Black Meme now talks a lot about that, no? And in my way, in the proposal that I made, in a way I'm saying that the only way to revenge, the group of scholars that is seeing how the depiction of a very dusty, full of donkeys, street of Cairo doesn't represent them, can only be revenged in a way by the archival and research and commitment that certain artists in the present had to portray that story different, but also to use, and most importantly, to use the platform they have to present those facts differently. I always say that in the case of history making, I always bring forward the idea of double historicity, and I use it sometimes when I interpret in Kerry's work, or when I think deeply about the work of cultural institutions, artistic institutions, museums, and otherwise, exhibition making, which is my craft, that the exhibition is the only space that allows you to think together the fact, like something you want to tell, and the narrative of those facts, no? The way that you tell that story. And exhibition making is that third space in which those things live together in a way that you can unpack that for sometimes academy doesn't allow. So I will say, yes, it's transformative, it's evolving, but we have to think that also the criteria to read through those things, through generative image making, had to have into account.
Kind of conversation.
Yeah.
It's also about having, this sort of, incredible technology, but often in the wrong hands.
Yeah.
Right? So then that becomes then, the question is, then what will your action be? What will your action be? That is the question. There are no other questions, really. This is the core question. What will your actions be as workers, as artists, as image makers, as museum curators, museum designers? And what will your actions be? This is the question, really, going forward, that I think is complex and profound. Now, what will your actions be? Because we are the future. It's here. We're it.
Well, we have one question here.
Thank you. One of the things I noticed in your beautiful film One thing I noticed in the film was the use of the black newspapers from Arkansas. And one of the things that I do as an interdisciplinary artist is aspects of journalism, but a lot of the black newspapers are going under without their images being digitized. So who should be responsible for capturing our images from those times? Because as we know, during the time period, especially of deep segregation, we had our stories being told by the black press that were not being told by the white press, and those images that are so vital to the telling of our stories are going to be lost. So how should, going back to what you said, what do we do with the technology? What actions are being taken next? Who should be responsible for making sure that those images of us through the black press are not lost for all time?
Well, I'm really excited to know about the work that, for instance, Laron and this group talked about this morning, the way in which they're sort of, digitizing material. But that, becomes, I think, a part of the moment that we have right now is the ability to demand what we want and to take certain kinds of action. So if you feel that that's absolutely key, then how do you start to generate and go to those sources, whatever those sources are, in order to make sure that it happens in the way that it needs to happen. But there has to be a kind of, I think, intellectual and emotional capital that goes along with it that is absolutely crucial. But there are any number of entities and organizations that are doing a vast amount of stuff, and a part of, our responsibility to ourselves is to demand that these kinds of things happen in institutions where we are positioned. That is our responsibility, right? To pay attention to what we are doing, what we need, what we want. Anyway, I think Hank has something to say.
Dr. Morgan has a question.
I wanted to say thank you to all of the panelists for your brilliant work. My question specifically, Carrie, is for you. I'm really interested in if you would share a little bit in your process about your choices about the sonic. And the reason I'm asking the question is that traditionally in a thriller or a horror movie, or even in a moment of anticipatory discomfort in a film, the music is used to heighten that discomfort. And I found the audio here almost a holding. So when you needed to recede from the visual, both your voice and the music held you until you could open your eyes and come back. And so I thought it was such an interesting and beautiful and welcoming and caring choice. I was hoping you could say a little bit about your process there.
Well, you know, I really think a lot about this. I think I probably have been concerned for much of my life with what can be seen and what can be heard. And therefore, knowing that for the most part, we have not been people that people have been particularly interested in seeing or hearing, really paying attention then to how everything is made with care and with love that allows the audience to get as close as possible to the material. That is my working strategy, and I'm always thinking about how to make that possible. What do I need to do? What are the tools that I need to embrace and use and craft in such a way that allows the audience to ride with me through this really difficult material that they would rather not see, rather not know about, rather not look at.
Please. So, the great question about the archives and newspapers, and I want to say thank you to all of you because you've all looked at the archives, speculated the possibilities. But there are a number of number of universities are developing opportunities to document and scan Black newspapers. So Library of Congress is one. The University in Minnesota, every university library now has an access to it, to this website. So just look through those websites and make sure that your newspapers are saved. And so this is a really important question that you've offered. What are we going to do with the material? Getty Images started a collection of collecting historically Black college newspapers and photographers. So they have a selection of 50, which is different from Getty, GRI. And so, you know, people are coming to asking questions. They're calling me as if I have an answer. But I'm always checking on to say, go to the library because they're doing it. They're really looking forward to it. And your story, Carrie, just carried so much because we've seen many of those images that were unidentified. And then it's your family that carried that migration. So it's just a beautiful one. And the point that Hank made about love and space and how do you think about time and space within telling the story about Dr. King and his beloved community that we have overlooked for 50 years. So we need to continue to kind of look to think about how do we talk about Dr. King's community, keeping that forward. Thank you. I think we need to, one more question, okay. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Such a beautiful, haunting film, Ms. Carey. I wanted to first say thank you for really offering us the emotional economy of Blackness when it comes to reparations. So much of the work is about the fiscal economy and the nature of what was lost in these very fiscal currency economic terms. And what you offered us was an emotionality, a context, a family, a community, what it means to lose a life, not just the living of that life. And I wondered if you could talk a bit about the emotionality of your own process and how that was shaped in going through these images and developing the script and even the recording of it. Like in the speaking of the words, how did that shape you as an artist, and how is it shaping your choice to move forward with fighting this case on behalf of your grandfather?
Yes, I know. I mean, you know, again, I think so much of my process is, you know, work is a this determination to work, to really work through an idea and a project, which becomes really your life, because I think you're right. You really do work on the same project for most of your life. It's the same work, it just takes on various iterations over time. It shifts and changes from this perspective, from that perspective, but it's basically the same thing. You're just trying to figure it all out. And it's really through this effort in the process of working that I really discover the thing that is most interesting about myself and what it is that I actually care about. It's really through the process of making that I am revealed, that I become known to myself. And which I think is sort of amazing. And so it's in that process then that I think that notions about voice, about being able to be both deeply critical, because I'm a real critical bitch, deeply critical, but also having the ability to sort of step back, right? To step back and to accept the emotional range that is there, and to dig for it, and to appreciate it, and to allow it to do what it needs to do, to allow the work to do what it needs to do so that the work can do its work for you. Right? And I think that it's really sort of a fascinating thing, and I can feel it. I can feel it in my body. It's not an abstract. It is very, 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 very specific. And the thing that I think matters, and it's, you know, for all of us as people engaged deeply in the visual and culture, you know, is to allow yourself to feel and to know and to give space to those feelings and to be able to really use them and not be afraid of them. Because it's powerful and it's scary, right? I can feel it. I can smell it on me, saying that it has to work. It has to get out. It has to be released, as my sister said earlier. There has to be some sort of outlet for this, and it comes in the outlet of this kind of work, and not being fearful of what it is, or being fearful of the emotionality that comes along with being sensitive and critical and necessary.
Wow. I want to say thank you to all of you for such a beautiful panel. I think you've all reminded us of the importance of care work, and I hope that we take that with us now and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Before we just go, because just in case, can we all rise up? I just want to rise up this morning. I want to go to Cheryl, Joni, and I want to turn to my amazing, dear Sister Deb, who has led us on a journey. This is the 14th iteration of Black Portraiture. It is a project that has been born of extraordinary insight, amazing love and care, dedication, to your people a firm belief in the possibility of the possible. And I just want us all to say on 3, thank you. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We just would like to make the very quick announcement that we will reconvene promptly at 1 p.m. Enjoy lunch.
Jordan wants to take a picture of us. Can we be the... Okay. Is it okay? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll see you. I did. Yeah. I don't remember what day it is, but I love to.
Can I just text you from there? Get you guys one more shot so Terrence can get you guys.
Yeah.
I can't wait for this bite. It sounds amazing.
It's not so right.
Guys, come on.
It's like that.
Their exhibition, the show on the South.
Oh yeah, that's what I saw. Yeah.
That's a good piece.
Can I? Hello? Okay. Hi, everyone. Hello. Could you please, if you have a black portraiture's bag, check your bag? My purse is in one that someone has. It's a black purse.
Is that? No. They're not going to be up here. They might have already. It's like, no.
Okay, and if you know anyone who has one, it's mine. Thank you.
for the nights and the days that were lost, for the joy that was missed, the family time that was missed. The birthdays and the family gatherings and the holidays, the dinners and the dancing, births and the dance, celebration.
In Mississippi, he went and rescued her.
In the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, under Part 3, Article
Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Joan first, and then she'll give it to you. Okay. Do you want to come up with me?
Sure.
What's your name?
Haley Green.
Hi, Haley. It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you as well. I love your hair.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a good lunch. We are about to proceed with the second part of our second day. Our panels are already seated behind us, which is perfect. So again, my name is Dr. Joan Morgan. I work with the Center for Black Visual Culture and am honored to work alongside Dr. Deborah Willis and to contribute to bringing you this experience. And I'm going to turn it over. Can we give a hand for our Spelman students?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch. My name is Haley Green. I'm a first year from Spelman College. I'm an art history major, and I'm double minoring in curatorial and Asian studies. Thank you. So now we have our 7th panel. We're going to be talking about global arts ecosystems. Our moderator is Deidre Carrington. And then our panelists are Colleen Neme Fitzgerald, Frida Isingoma, and Samira Ibrahim.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you all for being here. Thank you to the organizers. You all look very beautiful from this vantage point, so thank you for showing up for us. Across our geographic contexts, these are perilous times, and yet you all have made the space to gather here, to listen, to imagine, and to think of new geometries of existence, right? What is imagination if not a radical act of freedom? And so this afternoon's conversation about arts ecosystem is really going to be contemplating a couple of questions. The first one is, how do we see our future? And the second one is, what is our plan? So one of the worlds in which I play is I create ecosystems. Through my work with Commissioner, which is an art membership program based in Miami, I bring people together to organize resources, commission artists, and help convert people who love art into stakeholders of our creative ecologies. In this creative ecology, we know there are also many interdependent systems, some that work, many that don't. So as we listen to our esteemed speakers today, I'm going to invite you to do a few things. One, listen for yourself. Just listen for what their words mean to you personally. Second, listen for your work. Listen for your community. How can you take back strategies, tactics, escape routes, loopholes to create space in your own organizations? And then listen from a global perspective. Listen for what you don't know, for what you've never heard, for what you don't understand, and then follow up. So then today's presentation is going to be about 10 to 15 minutes for each speaker, but no longer than 15 minutes, I promise. And from there, we're going to have time to have a conversation together, and then to have a conversation with you all. So with that, I'd like to invite our first speaker, Colleen Neme Fitzgerald, to share her work.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you, everyone, for being here, for the invitation. So my name is Colleen. I'm an artist, an organizer in my communities, a worker in the cultural sector. I work both independently and in collective constellations, which I'll describe in a bit. And just to situate myself geographically, I'm from the US, lived many years in Argentina and worked in close connection with African diaspora communities there for several years. I have roots from Liberia, and so that's an important part of my geography. I currently find myself in Berlin. So in this work that I do, as I titled this presentation, The Arts Ecosystem from the Perspective of an Artist and an Organizer, I'm constantly thinking about what are the current conditions for me and for my people. I'm thinking about what are the lessons from the past, the ancestral knowledge that teaches me how to thrive, and I'm also constantly checking in with what I'm dreaming about for the future. So today, I thought it'd be valuable to share really practical work that I'm doing, along with some critical thoughts just to bring to the collective space. Next slide, please. So just to start us off, there are Black people in the future. And this concept is from US artist Alicia B. Wormsley. It serves as a mantra for myself and for my collective as we work together. Next slide, please. What I dream about. So I tried to identify here a couple of points that I thought were important to share in this space, and can summarize my work over the past 10 years or so of practice. And so first is global solidarity and care, thinking beyond nation states and borders, centering solidarity with a diverse global African diaspora and African continent, supporting and sustaining these networks. And on the other hand, thinking about artists in and with community. I'm focusing on the good that comes from artists who are in community and create from that rootedness. We may be global, but we are also local. We're connected to our people, and that's important. And so I really think it's important that we move away from a culture of hyper-individualism and hyper-visibility from a market logic. And just to point out, this event is what brings us here, is that market logic of individualism and hypervisibility. So just to be critical about the space. Part of my learning has been understanding my US-ness, being from the US, and what it means to be connected to the heart of global capitalist systems, learning how my position within my global networks, which are in other places in the so-called global South, means that it's really important to think about decentering US perspectives and redistributing resources constantly. The money for arts is connected to colonialism and imperialism. And so that reminder is important just constantly throughout the work. Next slide, please. These are my mom's hands sifting through rice. What's troubling? Again, I just want to bring up where I'm coming from geographically, the US, Argentina, Liberia, Germany. These things come up in all of these spaces for people of African descent. And so one, there's unequal access to arts and culture for Black and Afro-descendant communities. Arts and culture are a human right. I believe that. It's declared through several institutions. But we don't have equal access to be able to practice our culture and have exposure to our art. There's also unequal access to resources for Black and Afro-descendant artists. Another point is that wealth is held and hoarded in the global north. It's no secret that the ability to get access to funds, funding that we all probably would say is unequal in places like the US for Black artists, but there's even more inequality when you're looking at places like, for example, Argentina and Liberia and the type of funds that are accessible in those places. I'm very concerned about far-right politics rising globally, and the context that I'm connected to are extreme examples of that. It puts us, our communities, our projects, and our dreams at risk. Argentina right now just had the election of a far-right extreme leader, Milei, and in that context, I'm watching as my friends and colleagues are currently suffering from like a context where resources for culture and art are completely wiped away on a state government level, but also things like the National Institute Against Racism and Discrimination being eliminated. So these contexts are dangerous for us, and they're getting more and more prevalent on a global level. Racism, we're dealing with it every single level of all of the work that we're doing across ecosystems. Next slide, please. And so how am I working on all of these things now? I like to focus on the practice of the theoretical ideas, the dreams, the utopias, and how they can convert into practices, which, as we heard a lot of speakers in the panels, is happening throughout our communities, luckily. So one is the Kukle Collective, which I'm a part of. We're creating art across the diaspora, an independent collective co-founded by 4 Black women, including myself, started in Argentina, and after several years, we're an NGO registered in Argentina, which is an important step in institutionalizing informal collectives in those contexts. We create projects transnationally to connect with Black communities and uplift other Black artists. Kukle is a space for me to dream and realize dreams, and it's also a space where we work a lot on horizontal forms of working, so trying to get past typical hierarchies. As I said before, I'm one of the only colleagues from the US, and so my other collective members are from Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, and so this horizontal work also means realizing the inequalities that we come to the table with, also as Black women, as Black queer women of different skin tones, of different hair textures, and how that horizontal work also has to do with creating space to uplift our voices equally. With the identities we bring to the space. And our work is extremely connected to community. So everything that we do comes from a problem we have experienced in our context, a problem that we see our other people of African descent in our communities experiencing, and we create artistic work and also platforms, so like spaces to encounter, to have collective art practices with other African descent people. And that's the focus of our work. It's from and in community. Another project I just want to uplift is the Liberian Cultural Center that I'm currently at the beginnings of dreaming. And so this is a project about cultural infrastructure on the African continent. It's in the very early stages, and right now there's been 100 acres of land acquired for the cultural center. The focus in this work that I have is celebrating Indigenous African culture and creating space to experiment and teach the next generation on the continent and also in diaspora. So creating spaces where diaspora can connect with the continent. And I bring up this project in this space because I think with all of the things I said in the last slide about what's troubling, it's what institutions and spaces are we creating that are rooted in our politics, our dreams, our worries, and I think this project that I'm slowly birthing is an example of that, I hope. So, one other thing I want to say about the Liberian Cultural Center is I'm very focused on non-Western structures, so art being with the people and connected to community. Yesterday, an audience member asked about a tension between, when we talked about return and restitution, talked about a tension between a museum in South Africa or an object being returned to community in Ghana. And so I'm also thinking about these things and how cultural centers, cultural institutions in African context with all of the things that we know can have different formats and really can bring art back to our people because that's what art and culture are for African people already. Next slide. So just to close, I had a couple of thoughts and provocations perhaps as an artist wanting to bring into this space questions. Ask artists what they are dreaming about. Ask artists how they are paying rent. Ask artists what they need to keep creating. Connect artists to networks that care about them and for them. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. Thank you so much to Deb Willis and my dear friend, Dr. Cheryl Finley, for this invitation. I'm very excited to talk to you all about the work that I do, and hopefully you can learn something from my presentation. My name is Frida Isingoma. I was born an artist, but I sort of pivoted for many, many years. I'm now an investment banker. I run a venture capital trust for one of the VC managers in the UK called Octopus. I'm also the founder of Kisa Art. Kisa was founded about 6 years ago, basically to focus on the development of the African and diaspora art ecosystem, which I'm passionate about. I'll talk to you about the work I do later. So next slide, please. So I just want to point out what the art ecosystem is, because a lot of the times when I see people talk about the art ecosystem, they reduce it to artists, galleries, auction houses, etc. But it's much bigger than that. And just pointing out what an ecosystem generally is. An ecosystem is a system or a group of interconnected elements formed by the interaction of a community of entities that operate within the same space, aligned by a common purpose and vision. As you can see, I've deliberately put artists and art at the center of it all, because I think what the art world is forgetting at the moment is that we all wouldn't be here if it wasn't for artists. We are here because of them, and we must always remember that. But around that, you've got various intermediaries, whether it's the agents and promoters, the consumers like myself, I'm an art collector, and also the institutions that are built around them. We've got private collectors, corporate collections, art investment funds, which I'm very passionate about, art finance companies. You've got the cultural intermediaries. I know some of you are here. Obviously, we're sitting in a biennale, but museums, foundations, and cultural centers. And if you can see around, one of the other parts of the art ecosystem which we forget are the others, which includes the logistics, which includes shipping, storage, etc. So let's think of our ecosystem in a much bigger way. And I've deliberately put that there, and because when we think about the African and diaspora art ecosystem, we're suddenly realizing that we're not sustainable on our own. An art ecosystem should function like an economy. We are both independent and interdependent. We are not just dependent. And right now, within our communities' ecosystems, we are entirely dependent. Hence why we don't have the agency and control of our narrative that we really should have. I'm going to ask you to move to the next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about Africa in particular, because there are lots of people here who have much wider knowledge of the US art ecosystem and South America. But just pointing out Africa, when people think about Africa, they obviously call it a country. It is not a country, as you can see. It's divided into actually 55 countries. Because we gained one a few years ago. But there are major art regions in Africa. I just want to point out some of the major ones. And if you're not from that African country, please don't attack me when I get off this stage. Thank you very much. It has happened before. But the reason why we don't have the accurate data or mapping of what the total African art ecosystem looks like. So we have to just go by on anecdotal evidence and the mapping studies that we do have, which unfortunately are inadequate, but I aim to change that. So the biggest ones, I had the privilege of living on the continent for 10 years. I lived in South Africa between Johannesburg and Cape Town. And that's where I really got to understand what the African art ecosystem needed. When people think of the African art ecosystem and you say, what's the biggest, people always raise their hand and say, South Africa. I'll ask you to put your hand down. It's not South Africa, believe it or not, in many ways. In many ways, they do dominate. They have more infrastructure than any other country on the continent. They have a museum base that's more developed. Obviously, they have galleries, and some of them, I'm sure you've been to art fairs like Frieze, and 154, which is a contemporary African art fair. We will see South African galleries there. But in terms of the collector base and the community of collectors, I have to say Nigeria, hands down, is the biggest. We were in Lagos a few months ago, exploring what the ecosystem in Nigeria has to offer, and it's so impressive. All of you need to go there. Nigeria has built a community of collectors that is growing, and there are also artist spaces, including the Inka Shonibari Foundation that's represented here, and I'm their new trustee, straight out of the packet. So I'm very, very excited about what I can do there. But there are artist-led spaces, foundations, residencies that are growing, and it's absolutely beautiful to see. I will point out a few others. Obviously, my own country, I'm from Uganda, and Uganda has Makerere University that has one of the oldest art departments in Africa. Other notable places include the DRC. DRC has a long history of art. Morocco as well, Egypt, for obvious reasons. Everyone knows about what Egypt has to offer. But I was fortunate enough to work with the National Gallery of Zimbabwe. If you haven't been to Zimbabwe, you must go. It's absolutely beautiful. But the National Gallery of Zimbabwe, along with other cultural institutions, including artist-run spaces, do incredible work on the ground. They have a wealth of talent that they're supporting. And as you can see, they have a pavilion here. They're the only African country that's consistently exhibited at the Venice Biennale. I think this is their 7th edition. And to achieve that in Africa, where the governments literally don't provide much funding, if at all, is an incredible feat. But every time they make it here, by hook or by crook. Next slide, please. So just to point out, what are our ecosystem drivers and limitations to growth? To be honest, I could fill this page with 100 points, but I thought I wouldn't bore you today. But if you do want the document where I do have 100 points, then please ask me after, and don't throw me off the stage if your country's included in that. But just to talk about the contributors, art is an asset. And as I mentioned, the Nigerian collector base is growing, as is a few other parts in Africa. I'll talk about Senegal at the end, but there's a collector base there. Obviously, South Africa. In Uganda, we now have a collector society called KASU, and different parts. So even in Kenya, there's a collector base growing. Morocco, the King of Morocco is a big collector. Different kingdoms across Africa actually are collectors, and they're kings now that are making a point of telling people about their collections within their kingdoms, particularly at a point where most of the works that we have, as you know, a lot of classic African art sits in museums like the British Museum, but not all of it does. So the art as an asset is growing and seen as a way of generating wealth in Africa. We have developing art ecosystems, however nascent and small they are developing. There's also visibility. We're all here to see various artists, but as you've seen, there's lots of artists from Africa and the diaspora exhibiting in various pavilions around the Biennale. And we're thinking more about cultural preservation and how important it is to preserve our culture. Detractors, one of the ones I want to point out is, as the visibility of artists has grown, I feel we've become more exporters than developers. Artists being literally taken out of Africa by the truckload probably every day and every week, and there's not much coming back. We need to think more about the development. And I did a lot of work on the development of the Chinese art ecosystem, and there was more development coming in than exporting once the Chinese realized that actually they wanted agency of their ecosystem. Institutions as a foundation, we really need to look at not just the regular museum space, but how were museums back in the day? Myself and Dr. Cheryl were talking about the works going to museums that are being returned rather than kingdoms and palaces. We need to think about that. Also, cross-regional collaboration is important. There's a wealth of talent across Africa, but also in the diaspora. How do we create that voice where we can collaborate and exchange more? Unfortunately, that has not been the case as much as it should have. So we need to look at new ways, new models in which we can do that. Inadequate investment, I can't say enough. We need money. Without money, we can't build anything. I basically deal with money all the time, and we can't build without money. We definitely can't. So how do we create new investment models that look at getting money into our ecosystem across Africa and the diaspora? Cultural policy is an important one. Our governments, unfortunately, are turning a blind eye to how they can help us build the ecosystems across Africa. I spoke at an African Union event 2 years ago, and which was a shock for them, because it was the first time they had a panel on the creative economy, and they thought that we didn't need them. So there are conversations that are happening now, albeit very slow, about how they can implement policy that can help us. Next slide. So just to talk quickly about the work that KISA does, I think I've mentioned it intermittently in between. We like to work with learning platforms that provide learning for the development of the African and diaspora art ecosystem. I've had the pleasure of being a distinguished lecturer at Spelman College, which is wonderful, but I've also spoken at Harvard, Stanford, Oxford, and even other institutions, African Union, CFA in East Africa. We like to spread the gospel of art as an asset, because I think it's important for us to know what that is in terms of generating wealth. We developed the KISA Collector Series. I'm a collector, but what I'm passionate about is there are many collectors and some in this room that are looking at new ways of patronage and new ways of how they can help develop the ecosystem, as well as supporting artists on the ground. It's not just about buying art, it's about a bigger story than that. So it's important that we understand what's happening on the ground. So the KISA Collector Series has taken part in London, in Lagos, in San Francisco. I had the privilege of taking people to San Francisco to see what was happening in that community. So the diaspora is equally as important as what's seen on the African continent. And we will be going to Dakar, because it's important that we break down the barriers between Francophone, Anglophone, and Lusophone within the continent. That's one of the biggest bottlenecks that we need to find a solution to. building investment solutions are important. I'm currently working on a project. When people think about an investment fund, they usually think about, well, it's a 2 and 20, we'll put money into this and see how much money we can make. Absolutely is. But within our ecosystems, there are endowment funds, and there's a way to build social impact funds actually that can help to grow our ecosystem. There's social impact funds out there looking for ways to support the creative economy. We must do that. The African Development Bank and Afri-Exim Bank have also committed funding to developing the African and diaspora art ecosystem. So we must look at ways in which we can achieve and make sure that we get the funding to the right sources that are looking at building together. The last one I'll point out is it's about creating new conversations. We must be in spaces and corridors where they won't even think about artists or think about cultural organizations or even educational institutions like what they're doing with Spelman. I mean, it's so beautiful to have students here. How do we create those conversations in new corridors where we can also have a voice? So I just want to leave with a call to action. As you know, my name is Frida Isingoma. I'm a Bantu woman from the Banyoro Kingdom, and I want to invoke the spirit of Ubuntu. I am because we are. We need to work together and collaborate in order to build. So I want everyone to meet people in this room who can possibly, you can have a conversation with. You don't know where that conversation will take you, but we need to hold hands and build together.
Hi everyone, thank you for having me, and I can't wait to work with all of you in this room and everyone on this panel. My name is Samira, and my background is really an amalgamation of curating collaborations across the spectrums of popular culture. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, okay. From fashion, entertainment, and music, I saw the way that talent and storytelling is approached, how it's elevated, how it's cared for, and how it's protected, which really led me to co-found Goliath. Next slide, please. Goliath were an art development practice. We are an agency and a support function that supports emerging artists and artists build out their own ecosystem. We're partners, we're conduits between the functions of the traditional market and traditional system. We provide new ways of working for artists, from representation, commercial partnerships, placement, business advisory, and communications, because we know storytelling is so important. Next slide, please. And our reason for being is really that artists want to be artists. You know, when you work in music or entertainment, if you're an artist in that space, you have business managers, agents, PRs, you have people around you who are used to protecting you. And fine artists and visual artists don't really have that type of protection, which is why we created Goliath. Next slide. So in speaking to artists, these were some of the current problems that we identified within the ecosystem. That often they're pushed into creating linear, vertical practices, that because they have so much to do with so little time, there's fraught communication within all of the functions, that there's limited access for emerging artists within all of the spaces of the institution, that they end up having these siloed work streams that kind of also create this linear practice, which then creates a static landscape, and then the speed at which they're asked to create makes them producers instead of creators. And with the Goliath model, we're trying to counteract that. We're trying to expand the artist practice, allow them to be artists again, create sustainable ecosystems for which they can have the agency to build themselves, to expand the pathways and widen the pathways, and create collaborative work streams for all involved. We want an evolving panorama which is going to benefit us all in the long run, which then brings us to have meaningful exchanges between all the functions. Next slide. So this is really the solution, the model that we're building. We are the cartilage that is lubricating the pressure points between the body of the system. We are creating connections between the institutions and the artists, with the artist at the center always, the gallerists, the dealers, the commercial business opportunities and the placements, And then also the collectors. We're essentially agents for artists so they can be exactly who they want to be and create what they want to create. Next slide. So in all, what does our future look like? Our future looks like a more sustainable ecosystem for the artists themselves, for them able to build the way they want, move the way they want without the financial pressures that exist in the current market itself. And that's it, short and sweet.
Thank you all. First of all, thank you all for those remarkable presentations. As Carrie Mae Weems said to us in her last panel, we are all very different people coming from very different places across lived experiences. And what we're seeing here is almost like the art world as a multiverse. And by multiverse, I mean to decenter the idea that there is just one center or just one periphery. There are many centers, there are many peripheries, none greater than the other. And so, Colleen, when you ask the question, ask artists how they're paying their rent, as culture bearers, as people who are building their ecosystems, what ways of mutual support are you using or are you thinking of, or how are you organizing funds to sustain your own organizations? And this is a question for the whole panel.
Yeah, I'll start. Maybe I'm not asking myself how I'm paying my rent, but I'm asking my colleagues how they're paying their rent. And like I noted this particular time in Argentina that's extremely difficult and sensitive. And so as we're meeting as a collective of 4 people and coming from an exciting time presenting at the Lagos Biennial to having like lots of work that we need together, but constantly checking in with each other about if people are okay, if they're able to pay their rent, if they're able to, are people eating? So there are these urgencies that are for me just important to constantly talk about, because I think I imagine that a lot of us do that, but sometimes when you get into these working relationships and workspaces, those conversations might be avoided, or they're not part of like the formalities of the work. So I answer maybe for others. I can ask myself that after.
I think for us right now, special projects are actually funding a lot of either how we're building internally or how the artists are working. I think just as you were talking about the collector bases in different parts of the diaspora, there's a wealth exchange happening at the top with a lot of new people wanting to get the education of how they can patron in different ways. So really, we're funding through the community directly with the artists, and then a lot of those special projects with different companies and institutions that want to be in art in a sustainable way is helping us fund the business itself.
I have an investment bank that's paying my rent, so I guess.
Oh, wait, I might want to reframe my question. Not how you are paying your actual rent, but really how are you sustaining your organizations? Like, what are the economies or the systems of mutual support?
I've been thinking a lot about sustainability, and one as a new member of the Board of Trustees of the Yinka Shonibari Foundation, and how we can create models that make arts organizations sustainable, particularly in Africa. So with the team at Yinka Shonibari Foundation, we're looking at setting up an endowment fund, which I haven't seen in Africa at all to date. So that will be very interesting in how we sort of create a model that fits Africa, because of all the nuances that we have in it. So that will be interesting. I'll be able to answer that more in a few months, but I think it's important that we create new models to make our organizations sustainable and make sure the artists thrive within those organizations.
Yeah, I'll circle back. So I work as an independent artist, as I said, and also as part of an organization that's now an NGO in Argentina and part of an organization that's being born in Liberia. So a lot of funding right now is coming from the US, for example. My collective has had a lot of trouble getting funding, for example, from the Argentine context that's looking to support African diaspora artists, although they have an extremely vibrant public funding system, but racism. So like there's often these places where Black artists, African diaspora artists, of course there's a lot of funding to apply for, but we're not funded. So that's an issue that we're always dealing with. I wanted to note something that I'm thinking about for the project in Liberia has to do with the context it's in, which is in a rural community in Liberia where people are mostly still doing self-sufficient farming. Part of the thing I'm thinking about is farming as cultural practice, as part of a way to keep something sustainable, and how possibly money, some big amount of money can help to build the place, but the things that are going to support it long term are not as linked to art world. That's something that I'm thinking about a lot.
You know, it's interesting because, Frida, you mentioned endowments, that may not be so popular in Africa, but for most small and medium-sized organizations in the US, I would say that that's absolutely true. Sometimes we don't know where our funding is coming from one year to the next, and it feels like you're organizing dollars. And I think that what's interesting about your work is that you're facing a gap of information and understanding both around maybe the collector world as well as financial literacy. Because I don't think that everybody also understands how to use the financial apparatus. So how do you coach people to get to a place from thinking about art as an instrument or an asset to perhaps investing in culture when sometimes we don't even understand the relationship between those two things?
Yeah. It's difficult. I mean, KISA first, when I started KISA 6 years ago, it was built on being an investment firm. And basically, I built a fund called the Art for Africa Fund, where art was the financial asset. So I built the fund and then went fundraising. Unfortunately, COVID happened. But I had many conversations during that time and after that time, and still having conversations today. It was difficult because as soon as you start saying art's an asset, then you come up with all the arguments, well, oh, it's illiquid. But what if the artist dies? What happens? Or should we kill the artist first so the value of the art can go up? Or, you know, like different conversations that just blew my mind. But I understood it because if it's not been part of the education system where, you know, particularly as Africa context where we don't have museums where you're looking at these expensive pieces of art and it's like, stay away from them. Oh, they're that valuable. Then how do you value it? But as you walk into different spaces and have those conversations, people start to get it. And I think more people are getting it because they're seeing people who look like them who get it. And this is why the KISA Collector Series is important, because you meet collectors and it's open to people, non-collectors, to come and see how collectors view art, how they collect it, and also how they live with it and value it. And as the more collectors we have, I think it's going to change that view amongst our communities as how to think of art as an asset.
Yeah, I think that's really powerful. I mean, yesterday we were also talking about how to reimagine museum spaces. And this morning I was having a beautiful conversation with Esther about museum spaces in domesticity. If more people are collecting, well, then your home becomes an altar or a space where you now get to share the stories and have a living archive, perhaps, of a generation of artists. And so I wonder, Samira, since this is your work, really kind of maybe slowing things down, right? There's a lot of competing agendas. I mean, I saw that Venn diagram. It is really venning a lot. So my question is, like, where are the points of friction? And how do you create spaciousness for the artist to have more agency in a place of care?
You know, when we built the business, truly I think we thought we were going to have more friction than we did. But I think what we're finding is a lot of those functions are having the same conversations. You know, even with social media, gallerists are finding new artists via social and Instagram, which has never happened before. You know, fashion brands are working with artists to do their red carpet shows, and they're trying to be in that space. So I think for us, we've had a lot of really wonderful open dialogue with the different institutions, because, you know, all of these institutions are made up of people. And all of the people have different agendas, but in theory, it's like the same thing when you're trying to find your own community. When you can find your people, not everything is going to work for everyone, but when you can find your people and find your community, you can find something that works for them. So between all of the functions, we've been having really great conversations on what enhanced reciprocity means across the space. And I think this is one of the things that we were finding with the galleries specifically, where we thought there was going to be more friction, is the fraught communication with a lot of the artists that we were having when they're doing shows or trying to sell work or trying to move work. They wanted someone in the middle to help them have that conversation, but didn't know where to go. So we feel like we're helping both sides of the coin, even though the artist's mission is at the center of it.
In listening to you, I also wonder about the place of belonging and people feeling like not only maybe is a place accessible because the doors happen to be open and because a museum might say it's free on Tuesdays, but really feeling like you can be in that space. And Colleen, I'm curious about your work in terms of dismantling these barriers to access and rethinking spaces of belonging. And I guess this question is more for everybody. How do you create a space of belonging in your artistic ecology? Not only just in the place that you're working, but maybe a little bit more globally so that we can be collaborating and talking to each other.
Yeah, I just wanted to note quickly, I'm learning so much from my co-panelists because I'm from performance art world, so this whole visual thing is a mystery to me and super interesting to hear you guys. Yeah, so my work is really about, on one hand, challenging and thinking about the institution that is still very focused on those who are white, those who are wealthy. I've had a couple of really wonderful experiences where Kukle Collective has done something in one of those institutions, although more and more we are, and I am trying to find alignment when it comes to spaces that are already rooted in community and not just starting it in 2020. I think that's something that, as artists, I like to invite us to challenge ourselves on. But we've had a couple of wonderful experiences where, because we are presenting in a space, our community goes. And it's the first time that they've been there to a place that's in their neighborhood. And the majority of people in space are Black in a majority white institution. And so that's been really wonderful. And at the same time, yeah, being intentional about finding spaces that, like I said, from their origins are already doing that work, building institutions that are already in alignment. So we're doing those two things side by side.
I think I second that too, about building your own cultural ecology. It was what Miss Weems was saying earlier. What is your action? What are you doing? And I think as people of color, of Black people, we're so used to having to build our own community. This is another representation of us doing that in another space.
I want to make sure that we stay on time. So cue me when it's time to go to questions. Oh yeah, we want to do questions. We want questions, right? Okay, all right, so I'm being cued right now. So we are going to go to the second part of Artists. We're going to go toward the second part and take some questions from you all.
Hi, first of all, thank you so much. It was a really insightful conversation. I learned a lot. I think Frida is speaking a lot around the importance of ecosystems and the wider ecosystems and, you know, some of the roles within the ecosystem that we forget. And I'd be interested, as someone who ran their own small organization and had to pause it because I just couldn't sustain it. I was the ecosystem. I'd like to, if you don't mind, kind of share a little bit about the ecosystem within your organizations, you know, the different roles and how you're able to sustain your organizations through that, just to give a realistic perspective of what it's like to run your communities and your organizations.
So part of my ecosystem when it comes to funding, like I said before, comes from a lot of foundations, government grants, things that you have to apply for year after year after year after year. So I'm in a constant work of that, which is not sustainable and not working for me when it comes to this work. But then also a lot of social support. And I think that's the thing about African people, African diaspora, is like remembering and returning to that we're a collective people and figuring out ways to ask for help. I mean, I was also born in the US, so I'm not used to asking for help or asking for, or trying to find different types of networks of support that are also based in exchange of time, exchange of resources, sharing resources, not hoarding them, not being secretive or competitive about them. So I think that's a really important part about how I sustain what I do.
Excuse me. So before starting Goliath, I also have run a PR and marketing agency that I built in LA. And this afforded me the clients and network to then start this business. And then before I started that agency, I was actually in-house at Disney and ran comms and brand partnerships licensing strategy, which then also fueled the network for the PR agency that fueled the network for Goliath. So I built kind of a pillar in order to do that, and then built a team around the PR and marketing arm that then brought money in to allow me to do other things. So, you know, in the same spirit of Goliath, diversifying the opportunity to be able to bring a lot of different things in to create our own sustainable ecosystems, I kind of had to do that outside in order to build this thing here.
Good afternoon. Thank you for all of your unique perspectives. My question, or the question that came to mind, was based upon Frida's comments about having art spoken in spaces and corridors where it's not normally spoken about. In the US, many municipalities are doing percentage for the arts in order to fund, you know, local initiatives. Before arriving in Venice, I was in DC for the spring meetings of the World Bank. How can we ensure or insert ourselves in those corridors, you know, where they're talking about many global issues, to put the creative economy as a part of the dialogue in those corridors with finance ministers to make it more of a highlight of the work that they're doing?
Thank you for your question. I think it's really difficult, and it depends on which organization you're talking to. So some of the ones I'm talking to, they all obviously want to see some kind of return on investment, whatever that means to them. And it's understanding what that return means to them and then having that conversation. If I look at something like the African Union, you can just talk to them. How it sort of opened the conversation was talking to them about the fact that Africa has the youngest population in the world and what that's going to mean in terms of employment, in terms of development of infrastructure, and not just art infrastructure, infrastructure in general that could include the arts. So for example, there's smart cities coming up across Africa, but very few of them are thinking about embedding creative economy in that. But once you talk to them and say, well, if you include the creative economy, we're looking at innovation, technology, because remember, innovation comes from art, from creatives. So when you speak to them in the terms they understand, they start thinking, oh, employment, maybe even cultural tourism. With cultural tourism comes investment. So then it even attracts foreign investment into them. With investment banks, it's also a different conversation. They want to say, oh, so do we build a collection? And what does that collection mean? They're more interested in talking about art as an asset. But if they talk about art as an asset, then they're like, oh, we quite like, this is good for our clients, having art on the walls, but then inviting more conversations about art in creates goodwill for the clients that they have coming to their buildings, for example. So then you can start talking to them about portioning some of their corporate responsibility sort of funding towards the arts. And then again, if it's technology, creative economy, innovation, new ideas, it all comes from us. And we saw that during COVID where everything was completely shut down. If it wasn't for the creative economy, none of us would have survived. People would have been depressed. So I think it's important that once you realize what that investment means to them, then having those conversations, it opens up more conversations. And one of the, actually, because I work for an investment bank called Octopus, and we're thinking a lot about sustainability, but mostly on the climate side, but how that relates to technology. So looking at a lot of climate tech and those conversations around that. So it was easy to introduce to them the concept of what the Yinka Shonibari Foundation is doing with gas in Lagos and sustainability, because they want to hear about new ideas around the world and artists tackling some of the biggest issues we have with climate. So it depends, it's just nuance, but once you understand what they need, then you can sort of direct the conversations in that way and see what's possible.
I think we have time for one more. Two more. One more. Sorry, take that back one.
First, I'd like to thank all of you amazing women. It's amazing, powerful to have a panel of women who are leading, helping to lead the way in terms of ensuring and uplifting our art is integrated in our lives and in our institutions. But to your question, I had the privilege, one, of serving as the acting director of cultural affairs for the city of San Francisco. And one of the initiatives that I'm very proud of is having to work with the city council, the board of commissioners, to push through getting a Black artist the commission to do a statue of Dr. Maya Angelou at the main public library in San Francisco that's going to open soon. So to your point, one, is politics, but then as Frida mentioned, culture is a driver. I think Venice is a prime example of that. This city really has no economy other than tourism, whether it's, the Venice Biennale or the film, that happens here, the architecture. They understand what a driver and a developer it is, because the whole ecosystem, to homes opening up, to restaurants benefiting, that I really think that in terms of the narrative around the economic benefit, and now Black art is sort of the hottest space in terms of where collectors are flocking to. It's sort of, we need to claim our time and claim our culture. And to the extent y'all are helping to drive that and making sure that it's packaged properly, I applaud you again, but said all of us have our role to play in terms of where we sit, as Ms. Weems said, about whether it's photography, to do our part wherever we find ourselves, wherever in the world. So thank you again for sharing and dropping knowledge on us.
Thank you for that. And I think it's the perfect place to close, as we consider what systems of support and global ecosystems look like. I think we start to understand that community isn't just a place. We've all been talking about community up here. It's more like a feeling. You know when it's there, but you really know when it's not. And so we can already start pulling from the knowledge we already have. I mean, we have susus, we have systems of mutual support that have already been created by communities who've been marginalized by dominant economies. Today we call it crowdfunding, or we call it membership. It's just a reframing, perhaps, and really thinking about what people have already been doing across the globe when they've been pushed to the margin and then pulling that back. And I loved how you talked about leveraging your network to do that. Use your social capital, use your cultural capital. You don't need anybody to tell you anything is good. You already know it. So it's making sure that people feel that power. Collaboration. We've got a call to action from Frida. We're all going to meet each other here and figure out ways to collaborate. And also the storytelling, reframing the narrative and dismantling the barriers. You all should have received one of these when you came in. I hope you did. If you didn't, they're downstairs. It's all about belonging by artist Arsimer McCoy, who's with us here from Miami. And it speaks about creating space of belonging for each other, whether it's in this global economy or in your local economy, and making space for others in collecting and as supporting artists. So thank you all. Thank you guys. Thank you.
John Edwards.
Unknown.
Unknown. Unknown.
Robin.
William Green. Jack unknown.
Matt. Unknown.
Betsy Vines.
Jack.
And we should leave them off until we're presenting.
Yes, exactly. Please just make sure that you turn them off.
good afternoon. If we could get comfortable for this panel on Black space, making space, Black spatial design. We'd love everybody to get comfortable. Thank you. I'm going to just start. Door, close it. Close the door. Hi, my name is Kelly Jones. I am the chair of African American and African Diaspora Studies at Columbia University and also the Hans Hofmann Professor of Modern Art in the Department of Art History and Archaeology. I'd like to welcome you here to the 14th iteration of Black Portraitures. It is so amazing to be in another part of the world to do this yet again, and we couldn't have done it, as everyone said, without the vision of Dr. Deborah Willis. I'd like to thank all my colleagues in African American and African Diaspora Studies, Mabel Wilson being one of them, and also in art history, Avinoam Shalem, who's here today and who presented yesterday. Thank you for the support from Columbia University. In thinking about and framing our panel for today, of course, I thought about the idea of making space, Black spatial design, but space as we've been framing it for the last 2 days in terms of what does space contain? Curricula, return, subjectivities, archives, digital media, ecosystems, all these things that we've talked about in panel topics, but also what keeps coming up, also ideas of care for all these things. Spaces to care for ourselves, and also spaces of resistance and spaces for reparations. So I will just introduce our panelists, again with one sentence, and then please look up their amazing bios in your programs. We'll start with Mabel Wilson, PhD, who is the Nancy and George E. Rupp Professor of Architecture, Planning, and Preservation, and a professor in African American and African Diaspora Studies at Columbia University. We'll then go to Dr. Marcia Pierce, a scholar, educator, and independent curator based in Trinidad and Tobago. And then we'll go to Dr. Meiling Loko, who is an assistant professor at Yale University School of Architecture and Yale's Center for Ecosystems in Architecture. So we'll start with Mabel. Thank you.
Turn on. Okay, great. Good afternoon. All right, y'all still out there? Maybe another espresso will move things along. But I just want to again thank all of the organizers. It was an extraordinary amount of work to bring this convening together. But just the Black Portraitures project has been so fulfilling for me. I have attended, I have presented, and many of you in the audience have really been important in the formation of my work, my practice. But I also, again, want to say thank you to Deb. Deb, you changed my life in spring of 1991 when you gave that talk for Margot Jefferson on Black photographic archives. And as a student of architecture, this is exactly what I needed to see, that there was work that was going to have to be done to make our worlds, our spatiality, our lives visible. And you have really been a model for a critical creative practice. So, I am going to, if I could have the next slide, please. I'm going to share 2 related projects from my practice studio and that encapsulates what I call a Black study. And to this end, the quote of my colleague and friend Denise Ferreira da Silva asks, and this is really about the work, I think, of Black femmes and how they influence the work of placemaking, space-making. And she asks, what is it that a Black feminist poethess makes available? What can it offer to the task of unthinking the world, of releasing it from the grips of the abstract forms of modern representation and the violent juridic and economic architectures they support, end quote. And so thus, if we unthink the world, do we also unbuild its enclosures? So I'm going to start my Black study with a portrait. Next, please. So here we see Isabella Gibbons. It's an undated photograph after her liberation. She learned to read and write while enslaved, which made her, once free, an ideal teacher within the Freedmen's School network. Now, her dress, with its embellishments, declare her status as a member of a nascent Black middle class. Her hand resting on a book signifies her profession as an educator. And I'd like to think, we don't know what's around her neck, but I like to think that was a watch, because the possession of time was now hers to claim. Now, 2 years after emancipation and the end of the Civil War, Isabella Gibbons, who was a school teacher at the newly created Freedmen's School in Charlottesville, Virginia, penned a letter in the March 1867 issue of the Boston-based monthly, The Freedmen's Record. And in her short, informative letter, Gibbons noted that white Southerners believed their fellow Black citizens had forgotten the violence and terror of captivity from which white families had benefited for centuries. Gibbons, of course, had not forgotten. And in her letter, this is what she remembers. Can we forget the crack of the whip, cowhide, whipping post, the auction block, the handcuffs, the spaniels, the iron collar, the Negro trader tearing the young child from its mother's breast as a whelp from a lioness? Have we forgotten that by these horrible cruelties, hundreds of our race have been killed? No, we have not, or ever will. End quote. Could I have the next slide, please? Now, it is believed that Gibbons taught herself to read and write, a skill that was punishable in many parts by beating or death, after she, around 26, arrived as an enslaved cook at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville around 1850. She was purchased by a professor of natural philosophy named William Barton Rogers, who left UVA for Boston to be a founder Mei-Ling of MIT. As real property attached to Pavilion 6, as you see here on the right, she could be entailed or sold with the house or the land. And thus Gibbons continued these duties as a cook, enslaved by other professorial families, until she, her husband William, and their 2 children were emancipated in March of 1865 with the arrival of Union troops to Charlottesville at the end of the US Civil War, end quote. Now, next, please. Gibbons labored at Pavilion 6, which was part of an ensemble of buildings that comprised the University of Virginia. This was the famous academical village designed by statesman, naturalist, architect, and enslaver Thomas Jefferson in 1817. Now, when it opened in 1826, UVA's 10 pavilions for its faculty, their families, its lawn rooms, which were the spaces in between, which boarded 125 white male students, and that verdant swath in the middle of the terrace lawn was crowned by the rotunda, which was this kind of centerpiece of the ensemble that housed the sphere of the Enlightenment, right? The library. Could I have the next, please? Now, while in Jefferson's educational Eden, its white residents embarked on a daily journal of personal enlightenment and communal engagement whose material needs were satisfied by slaves. For the enslaved, their daily routine unfolded under the regulatory authority of slave codes that curtailed their mobility and their basic freedoms of family and assembly. Enslaved workers, many of them boys, fabricated the 1.2 million bricks that made that rotunda. Next, please. So that's what remains silent in the official record of the historical narratives of the university's antebellum period from 1817 to 1865. Next, please. Was the mention of the academical's village dependency on an equal number, roughly 150 at one time, enslaved men, women, and children. And like the fingerprints on the rotunda's bricks, that history hid in plain sight for 155 years. And we could see here, it's a cartouche from a very famous map of Virginia in 1826, and we see an enslaved woman caring for the child of a professor, white professor, on the Widow's Walk of Pavilion 9. Next, please. So I want to think about a quote from my colleague, Saidiya Hartman. She writes in Venus in Two Acts, "I want to tell a story about 2 girls capable of retrieving what remains dormant, the purchase or claim of their lives on the present, without committing further violence in my own act of narration. It is a story predicated upon impossibility, listening for the unsaid, translating misconstrued words, and fashioning disfigured lives, an intent on achieving an impossible goal, redressing the violence that produced numbers, ciphers, and fragments of discourse, which is as close as we can come to a biography of the captive and the enslaved, end quote. So paraphrasing Hartman, can we retrieve in a memorial for UVA's enslaved community what remains dormant, the purchase or claim of their lives on the present, without committing further violence in our own act of architectural and spatial narration of the past? Next, please. Problem of form. The Western memorial or monuments, phallic, towering representation of man, this is in bronze and stone. It typically features figures, dates, events, names, to produce the effects of a timelessness in universal history integral to Europe's colonial domination and imperial expansion into the realm of others. And this is a Beaux-Arts statue of Thomas Jefferson on the north face of the facade of the rotunda. Next, please. And here we see it again. Form to forum. Now, you may recall that white supremacist groups stormed into Charlottesville in August of 2017 to protest the removal of 2 Confederate monuments, also done Beaux-Arts style around the same time as this one. The requisite expression of figuration, names, historical citations on monuments and memorials are deeply entangled in places like Charlottesville, right, the lost cause, for how whiteness historicizes and territorializes its power. One of the many forms of violent domination that Gibbon so painfully recalled in her remembrance of a life enslaved as she witnessed the birth of the lost cause in the South. So therefore, when remembering those who were enslaved in landscapes of tyranny, like the University of Virginia, how do you reckon with the racialized forms like this, racialized and violent anti-Black landscapes that are foundational to the Western monument form, but also to the silences found in the archives, particularly the archives of slavery? Next, please. So to tell the story of the enslaved community with my design collaborators, Mi-Jin Yoon, Eric Howler, Greg Bleem, Eto Otatigbe, and Frank Dukes, and a host of others, it was an amazing collaborative community. It did require that we engaged precisely in those archives that Saidiya speaks of work ledgers and personal letters of slave owners. And as such, it was an archive of daily life, one laced with silences and haunted by violence. No last names, no first names, just as you see here, extra hands at Christmas. All righty. Next, please. So to engage Charlottesville fraught commemorative landscape, we had to not only design a memorial, but we had to design a community engagement process. And we had to have forums of acknowledgement, and we had to listen to people so that they understood that they were being heard. And what we heard was the memorial had to tell the unvarnished truth about the past to have any legitimacy, to bring the community together, to reflect on that difficult history, but that also the memorial needed to express dualities, not only pain and suffering, but also resilience, dignity, and humanity. And it had to be a living memorial because we had to acknowledge that the work of this commemorative landscape remained incomplete in the wake of slavery. Next, please. So we designed a memorial of a series of nested rings out of granite, and each of these rings sort of speaks to a different history, meaning, and interpretation. And you could see its juxtaposition with the rotunda. It's exactly the same dimension. Instead of being closed, it is open, it is fragmented, it's oriented north, it's oriented toward a path of freedom. Next, please. Because our archive was one of violent ruptures, forced and accidental, we employed techniques of provisional mark making to fill and acknowledge the absences, gaps, dissemblances, and haunting. Next, please. For the outer ring, artist Brooklyn-based Eto Otatigbe became interested in layering information like the image, the photo, very rare photo of Isabella Gibbons, or techniques like bush hammering that can be found in gravestones at the local Daughters of Zion African American Cemetery in Charlottesville. These were visible marks of labor and love. Next, please. And so we worked with our fabricator in Cornerstone in Wisconsin to basically take the image of Isabella Gibbons' eyes, overlay it right onto a pattern of bush hammering in a lenticular process. Next, please. And so it marks the presence of Isabella Gibbons, her community, the presence of Black labor that is typically rendered invisible becomes visible. But as visitors approach the memorial, her eyes appear and disappear based on the mood of the sky and the approach of the body. And we honor Gibbons as both witness and watcher of her community. Next, please. So along with the representation of a figure, you need names and dates, right? But we created a timeline from the perspective of the experience of the enslaved communities, juxtaposing lives where people learned and loved within a landscape of toil and trauma. Next, please. As a witness to her community, it is Isabella Gibbons' quote about her recollection that ends the timeline. Next, please. And that timeline is flooded with water as a kind of symbol of libations, but also rituals of libation, but also of the water that may have taken people to freedom. Next, please. We were also told in our public forum we had to name names. Of the estimated 4,000 of the enslaved communities, we knew very little of who they were. 889 were recorded. We have 577, as you could see on the left, partial names. But that left 311 unknown persons, like the 3 extra hands. Next, please. So as you walk into the memorial, you become enveloped by a genealogical cloud of names, social relations, and what we call gashes or memory marks. And these are arrayed across the surface, and they tell a story, albeit a fragmented one. Next, please. So to name names, we really had to reimagine and social relations. We had to rehumanize the experiences of this community. So visitors engage Isabella Gibbons and Jane Unknown and Randall Unknown as families of sisters and grandmothers, uncles and friends, and workers who took pride in their work as janitor, laundresses, and fiddlers. And so we placed 4,000 memory marks for every unknown that records the violence of their erasure. And the marks speak back sometimes with tears to their descendants and to us. Next, please. But that still left questions. If we unthink the world, do we unbuild enclosures? And so what if we unmade the Western Monument in order to honor those unknown ancestors? So the result was an installation that was in view on last year's Architectural Biennale. And this was another collaboration with Mi Jin Yoon and Eric Howler and artist Josh Bagley to again address the problematics of UVA's enslaved archive. Next, please. So our installation, Unknown, occupies the limits, edges, and seams of Western traditions of commemoration, asking for what can be remembered and for whom we cannot know. And we think about Catherine McKittrick's idea that a totally different system of geographic knowledge that cannot replicate subordination precisely because it's born and holds on to the unknowable. We again went back to an archive of ledgers to think about that form and how do we start to dematerialize the bronze, the stone, into a kind of sonic, visual, and haptic experience of remembrance. Next. Next, please. And we worked from, produced 2 videos that animated the spreadsheet. These are the cast of historical photographs that informed our work for the memorial in Charlottesville. We used letters, receipts, B-roll video footage of UVA's ground. Next piece, please. And we put together a timeline to structure the play of images as a kind of palimpsest to give it impression of the unknown and the known. Next, please. Yeah. So what we see here is what I think is the most important outcome, actually, of our memorial, which is the emergence of a descendant community who are the stewards of the memorial, and with whom the university must also negotiate, be held accountable, and also cede claim. Next. We invited 3 descendants of UVA's enslaved community. You see Datisa on the left, Datisa Gathers, Colleen Yates. And they were joined by Saidia Hartman and Eliza Kelly, who was here earlier, I don't know if Eliza is still out here, to read the names of ancestors known and unknown. Their voices are overlaid onto a 6-channel audio, and it's related to a binary sonification of our spreadsheet. So there's a kind of archival metronome. Next, please. So these are the names that are being read. Next, please. So this 2-sided multi-channel video was captured on suspended sheets, cotton fabrics, to honor the domestic labor of the women of that UVA community and the spaces where they lived and work. Next, please. There's a kind of handmade tactility in the suspended fabric panels, and we transformed a kind of ordinary material, the cotton muslin, into a memorialized artifact. Next, please. Gibbon's published letter, which begins, "Can we forget?" Next, please, is arrayed on the archways in the Artigliere, which is the back part of the Arsenale. And in many ways, it forms a kind of chorus of remembrances. Next, please. You get a sense of the 2 videos. Next, please. This will play the videos. And there should be sound.
George, Squire, unknown. Wyatt, unknown. Primus, Holly, unknown. The John Edwards,
unknown.
Unknown, unknown.
Robin, William Green. Jack, unknown.
Matt, unknown.
Betsy Vines,
Jack,
unknown. Alfred, unknown. Unknown.
Primus, unknown.
Jim, unknown.
Unknown.
Joseph,
Frank,
unknown.
Daniel,
unknown.
Unknown. Zachariah, unknown.
Absalom,
Phil, Zach,
unknown.
Moses,
Jerry, unknown.
Zachariah,
Kitty Jones,
Ryland, unknown.
Henry,
John
Smith,
William, unknown. Primus, unknown.
Jack,
John,
unknown.
Nelson,
Unknown.
Fleming, unknown.
Washington, unknown.
Cassandra,
John, unknown.
Jack, Billy,
Wyatt,
unknown.
Stephen Bowles, John, unknown.
Amy, unknown. John,
Unknown.
Unknown, unthought, unbuilt. Thank you. I tried.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here to share with you. If I can get the first slide, please. I borrow the title of my presentation from Haitian-American writer Edwidge Danticat's novel, Breath, Eyes, Memory. At the close of the book, the protagonist, speaking to herself, observes, "I come from a place where breath, eyes, memory are one, a place from which you carry your past like the hair on your head." End quote. The past certainly matters in my reading of Black spatiality. I use each term, breath, eyes, memory, as anchor points for thinking about space, ultimately studying them together, seeing them as one in a proposal for constructing radical Black space. Next slide. I begin with a memory. It is not an event we will recall easily. It is stored in our DNA. Our bones remember it. And while some details of our past may be so deeply embedded in our marrow, hidden away as a kind of reflexive self-guarding, there are ways to summon them to the surface. The 18th century print by Scottish caricaturist Isaac Cruikshank is one such aid memoir. The image depicts the torture of an enslaved black girl aboard a merchant ship bound for the island of Grenada. The young girl is suspended by her ankle, while Captain John Kimber prepares to whip her. Let us pause here for some breath work to meet a swell of emotion. Memories can come to us hot, searingly. Breathe in through your nose, hold, open your mouth, exhale. Entitled The Abolition of the Slave Trade, or the Inhumanity of Dealers in Human Flesh, exemplified in the cruel treatment of a young Negro girl of 15 for her virgin modesty, the satirical piece draws our eyes to a tactic of display. The black body is presented publicly to humiliate, to put black people in their place. But there is a spatial treatment at work too in this exhibition of the young girl, one that remains out of sight. Hanging upside down compresses the space needed for our lungs as other organs apply weight. Most often, complications are caused by asphyxiation. It is no stretch of the imagination, therefore, to conclude that kept in a place of suspension, this girl would not be able to breathe. What then does it mean to make space, to consider black spatial design? Next slide. For his project, Black Towers, Black Power, architect Walter Hood uses the Black Panther 10-point program to reimagine what a typical street might look like in West Oakland, California. He envisions black space as 10 high-rise buildings appropriated as symbols of power and transformed for community engagement. In Brazil, we find a different interpretation. Looking at the Quilombo settlements, those free communities maintained by the descendants of Afro-Brazilians who escaped slave plantations. Space is a relation to the land. Gabriela Rodriguez Gois writes about the use of agriculture for black space making among the Quilombolas of Serra dos Tapes. Reflecting on what makes black space, urban designer and landscape architect Gail Shillingford shares, and I quote, "I don't think there's any singular way to define black space in the same way that there isn't an all-encompassing definition of black culture, heritage, background, or identity," end quote. I offer my thoughts on black space with this awareness of its heterogeneity and an understanding that what makes it and making it hold a subtle but critical difference. These notions referring to identifying features of space on the one hand and a process of configuring space on the other. I aim to address both without claiming absolutes. Next slide. My entry to the subject is by way of my practice as a curator. Curating, as Maria Lynn describes it, is, quote, "the technical modality of making art go public in various ways," end quote. It involves presenting or displaying works, techniques of putting something in place so that it is visible. Yet, as a black curator, I cannot shake the perilous implications of a practice of emplacement. I'm thinking about the young girl on that ship. With her in mind, I'm interested in not only what is seen in display, but also what is unseen. It is an approach to curating that is informed by recurring, disquieting moments of public presentations of the black body. We do not have to go as far back as Cruikshank's print. We could reach for more recent memories. In 2020, publicized footage showed George Floyd gasping for breath. We could see a police officer holding his knee on Floyd's neck, pinning him to the street. What we could not actually see was the contraction of space between his larynx and his lungs. He utters repeatedly, "I can't breathe." Nigerian poet and novelist Ben Okri calls this phrase the mantra of oppression. He notes, and I quote, "Maybe every time the police stop you in a car for no other reason than that you are a black man or woman, you should say, 'I can't breathe.' Maybe every time people cross the road in the evenings, when they see you, one should hold up a placard that says, 'I can't breathe.' Maybe when jobs are denied you, deserved promotions elude you, or when the police come to deport you like the Windrush victims, one should record the moment on one's phone while saying, 'I can't breathe.'" End quote. Okri lists everyday experiences in which existential spatiality is constricted, pressed. Black being finds little room to breathe. The phrase "I can't breathe" has a long history. It reminds us, even as we convene in this place at this time, within the context of the 60th Venice Biennale, an international art exhibition focusing this year on movements across borders, spotlighting immigrants, refugees, and diasporas with its theme, Foreigners Everywhere. That there are people beyond the figure of the foreigner. The phrase, I can't breathe, asks us to acknowledge our ancestors. Next slide, please. Our foreigners everywhere. Close your eyes, breathe fast and deep. This is holotropic breathwork, which is believed to heighten consciousness and help us see more than what might appear to our physical eyes. Increase the pace. Allow your accelerated breathing to be a bridge to the unseen. Your lungs a gateway, your ribcage framing past and present, your heaving chest echoing the spatial shifts inside bodies, inside people displayed on auction blocks or exhibited as strange fruit. Open your eyes. I'm thinking about curating as a way of seeing, as attending to the unseen. In this sense, making space involves looking beyond physicality. Curating is also the address of display as an expansion and contraction of space, where space is an aperture for breath. In another sense, therefore, making space, indeed making radical Black space in a climate of anti-Blackness, in what Christina Sharp calls the weather, is a praxis of breathwork. Next slide. I began with a memory, but memories involve a kind of eye, an insight, a vision of and from an interior. Working with Black portraits as a curator is an opportunity to see more than the exterior of a body. Next slide. In his critique of Black figuration today, Jean-Baptiste Odor highlights a preoccupation with the visible Black figure and an accompanying narrow space of engagement. He writes, and I quote, "The perception of a historic exclusion of Black practices from major blue-chip galleries has provoked a moral response to their inclusion, expressed often through mentions of how important it is that a particular artist is finally being acknowledged. This has had the effect of hamstringing a more natural, critical engagement with images. In figurative art, where Black bodies are literally visible in previously predominantly white spaces, the pressure to focus on the significance of this is felt more acutely by curator, critic, and viewer alike." End quote. Odor notes that Black figurative artworks are more often read in terms of existing narratives about race. He calls instead for such images to be considered within art's formal lexicon, that is, in terms of shape, color, pattern. He points us to what is unseen. By focusing primarily on the Black body, we lapse into oversight, failing to see the inner workings of a figurative composition, its line, value, texture. Unpacking Odor's argument, we understand that to see the interior of Black portraiture is to make space for the inner workings of image making itself. It is to make space for Black artists grappling with aesthetic space in the genre of portraiture, pushing and pulling form, counterbalancing tonal weights, and shaping mood with intentional color. To Odor's perspective, I add my own interpretation of what it means to engage the unseen, to see beyond the skin of Black portraiture. Works by Jamaican artist Leasha Johnson and Florine Demosthene, who was raised between Haiti and New York, are significant references for recalibrating how curators might see and make space that exceeds the Black figure. Johnson's portraits are silhouettes, delineations in Black, a buildup of multiple layers of charcoal, which he then seals with a fixative. To the eye, however, the form appears to have been rendered in paint. The charcoal medium hides in plain sight. Even though fixed to the touch, the material shifts before our eyes. In this way, Johnson destabilizes our reading of the physicality of the people in his works. This sensation is heightened by his incorporation of colored, gestural marks within the shape of a head or torso. Describing these pieces, he shares, quote, "The portrait paintings, as much as they are about a Black subject, are not about direct representation. I want to think that these paintings describe more a condition or a presence than an actual likeness," end quote. Johnson is interested in what happens beneath the surface of Black subjects. He adds, "The bodies in the paintings represent the interiorities of Black people. They could be an apparition of time or an encounter, a memory, a source of anxiety, a lover, or an unresolved source of pain. They are characterizations of sorts." For him, the inside expresses something invisible, or the interiority that's confined by perceptions. Johnson makes space for the unseen, psyche, emotion, character. Next slide. Florine Demostaine's translucent depictions of black bodies also invite us to look in and through to an interior. She too disrupts what is seen. Her use of glitter is a means of reflecting and refracting light, unsettling what is external. Spatters of ink and techniques of marbling on mylar echo the celestial, the spiritual. The figures deal with multiple representation of selves that exist in a body that is corporeal, spiritual, cosmological, emotional, biological, and physical, she says. My works are more about transition, spiritual inner struggles, and the psychological aspects of black women's bodies, end quote. With these insights from black portraiture, my questions are, how might exhibition design be informed by interiority? How might display techniques attend to what is not readily seen? How to accommodate presence or spirit, understanding that spiritus is the Latin root of the word breath. I'm really asking, how do I go about making space for breath? Breathe deeply into your belly. Exhale slowly. Next slide. In 2021, I curated an exhibition entitled No Words. The solo show featured work by Kevin Adonis Brown, a Trinidad-born scholar of contemporary rhetoric and Caribbean culture, and a visual artist with a practice that includes photography, video, and sculpture. Brown had written No Words, an essay in response to the killing of George Floyd. He then translated segments of that essay into a number of digital videos articulating both the main body of his written text and its accompanying footnotes in images and sound. The exhibition comprised these videos along with a series of his self-portraits. The portraits, like works by Johnson and Demosthenes, signal an interiority. Brown covers his body in clay, performing a ritual practice of masking that is enacted each year in the Trinidad Carnival. It is a method of attending to the body that can be traced to the African continent. Curator Ndebisi Ezelomba notes that most African masking practices, quote, conceal the wearer's identity while revealing the presence of a spirit being that is otherwise unseen, end quote. Brown's portraits open a space beyond the physical presentation, but they also facilitate space for the viewer's own consciousness in a process of what Jared Aching calls demasking. In this process, an encounter with a masked subject causes viewers to experience their own inner world, their thoughts, assumptions, and feelings. Demasking reveals a viewer's interiority. This idea that we are not only meant to see the artist's body, or our own for that matter, is heightened in two of his images. Brown appears to materialize breath as a black organic form, a tangible substance at once inhaled or claimed with effort and exhaled without apology. His videos, 12 in total, reveal the spirit behind his words. We might say the videos, with their attention to movement, gesture, and sonic shape, point to the ineffable. Next slide. In one clip, 11 minutes and 55 seconds in duration, Brown performs an excerpt from the body of his essay. He shares, and I quote, "When I'm overstressed, my throat constricts. I close my eyes and try to swallow, and when I can't catch myself after the first or second try, my heart leaps, then gallops. The constriction travels past my collarbones, pulling inward from my shoulders toward the center of my chest. Breathing turns shallow, and I feel the constriction tightening in my gut, sinking, rooting at my navel. I clench my body for fear of spilling out," end quote. Together with this clip, he produces 11 videos or vignettes, each no more than 2 minutes long. They are a selection of his footnotes, that is, what is unseen in the body of the essay. In one vignette, for example, we hear a conversation between Brown and his mother. She tells him that she must take 3 tablets for her diabetes, 1 3 times a day. This audio, which enfolds us in an intimate, lived experience, gives way to a sequence of images. Brown's open palm carrying a knot of threads. His hand is set against the black marbled laminate surface of a cupboard in the room where his Aunt Marjorie did her sewing. This image transitions to a close-up of a black woman's pregnant belly. followed by the slow zoom of a camera on the wet torso of a black man. Brown overlays these visuals with his narration, and I quote, "Ask, how is it that we are the strange fruit, incomprehensible and desired, perpetually consumed? Ask how anyone can consume us without being haunted. Ask why they would," end quote. Brown provides insights to Black life. And given the dynamics of interiority invoked in his videos and portraits, I wanted to respond spatially to his art in ways that demonstrated a sensitivity to his creative practice. To display his work, I had to reconsider what is known as the white cube in the art world. The term refers to white wall galleries or museum spaces. The white cube, as Brian O'Doherty writes, reflects the sanctity of the church and the formality of the courtroom. It is a space possessed by other spaces where conventions are preserved through the repetition of a closed system of values. O'Doherty describes a sealed, sterile environment. The ungrubby surfaces of the white cube, he says, are untouched by time and its vicissitudes. Art exists in a kind of eternal display. I read this eternity of display and airtight conventions as a held breath. The white wall as a held breath. Holding our breath for too long, however, can harm us. For the No Words exhibition, I deliberately displayed work set against alternating black surfaces, the black wall deployed as an exhalation. I established a breathing rhythm. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Space expands and contracts, lungs stretch and deflate, the diaphragm moves downward and up. We can breathe. This rhythm was sustained by a purposeful arrangement of the portraits. Close-ups of Brown's face reduced the space between the viewer and the work. In contrast, a wider framing, images including his neck and the top of his head, suggest greater space between us and the photograph. Engaging these works as they were exhibited, therefore, involved changing proximities, or as I see it, moving through a series of breaths, in and out. And if such breath work remains subconscious for audiences, the potential for self-recognition in experiencing these works made breathing a voluntary, more conscious act. And by self-recognition, I mean the demasked self that could manifest in relation to Brown's images. By self-recognition, I mean an exhalation of one's beliefs, positionalities, persuasions. An exhalation with enough force, perhaps, to make a white wall tremble. For the videos, I also thought about making a space for breath. I wanted to use the interplay between the body of a text and its footnotes as a prompt for creating a video installation. Read a text, breathe in. In the shifter footnote, find that space between a thought and its annotation. Exhale. Read the footnote, breathe in. Return to the body of the text, breathe out. Instead of bringing 12 screens into the gallery, I propose we mount 2 screens. One would feature Brown's longer video, and the other would show his vignettes. The videos were edited and timed to play in relation to each other. While one screen played, the other screen waited, each taking turns to draw breath, each fading to black in a soft exhalation. Viewers could reproduce this breath work, matching its flow, inhaling images and sound, and finding space for release in silence and blackness. Okay. Take a breath here as I bring my presentation to a close. Take it. It is yours. Making radical Black space is an acknowledgement of that right. And while I've outlined what that space might look like within the context of curating, I've been making space all along in this moment. My presentation is a conspiracy, you see. Not an underhanded plot, but a space for us to breathe together intentionally, to conspire, to summon spiritus, breath in a collective affirmation of our Black lives.
Thank you, Marcia, for that meditation, and to Mabel for your expansive and deep work that, has provided a lot of space for myself in the field of architecture. It's an honor to be here with all of you. It's my first time to Black Portraitures, and very glad to be sharing the space with everyone. And today I'd like to talk about my work with architectural materials alongside many collaborators and generative justice. For me, generative justice begins with the larger value framework that we participate in the 18th to 19th century with the rise of the botanical empire, and that has been exacerbated through capitalism. We've sort of seen this value framework where value is taken from the land in terms of the hands and the work that our ecosystems do to give it value. It gains value as it's transformed through processing in the farm and in the factory until it reaches the hands of the consumer who pays the most for it. But the value essentially is accumulated disproportionately by those who own those infrastructures and systems, whether that's the state and socialism or the corporation and capitalism or landowners. And all through this system, from the field to our homes, all sorts of materials are lost and discarded far away from home because we fail to recognize and understand what they're made of, where they come from, and what makes them who they are. Throughout this system, there are many forms of alienated value. My mentor, Ron Eglash, the ethno-mathematician, terms this as the top-down extraction, hungry extraction of materials, of labor, of many types of components that comprise a broader material ecology that has been mined, planted for generations. This can take the form of the land that is exhausted, as labor who work in intolerable conditions or are not paid enough, as consumers who have no idea whose hands have touched the things they consume and whose lives have been affected by them, and by the massive amounts of pollutants, materials which find themselves in the wrong place and time and cannot find their way home. And I've been cognizant of this and the role that architects and designers play in alienating materials and people. Architects occupy a certain position in this framework, somewhere between owners and consumers in many senses, driving this cycle of extraction. And although there isn't enough time to talk about many examples, I'd like to talk about my work with coconuts as an example of exploring the bottom half of this graph. And so on the bottom of this graph has been a wonderful opportunity to work with what we call waste materials, different types of groups of people, from farmers to urban farmers to consumers who are trying to basically radicalize the material value system. Next. And this really began with materials that come out of agriculture and make their ways into buildings. Many of these materials are things that are thrown away after the supple, precious fruit has been plucked. And this might be stems, husks, sheaths, stalks, peels, all of these materials that come out of agriculture. And I'll talk about this in terms of coconuts. This is a multi-billion-dollar cosmetic and food industry around coconut water and coconut oil. And like many superfoods, the demand, the boom for a certain part of the plant is a signal of an ecological crisis happening elsewhere in the world. If we look at the underbelly of superfood economies, here in the coconut, there's a generation of husks, strong, protective, dense materials that have spent their lives working with nutrients from a salty, sandy coastal landscape to protect the coconut embryo, the luscious coconut water and copra, from the harsh sun, the salty air, and the harsh humidity. And we have created no space for these materials. In Ghana, where I'm from, coconuts sold on the streets are typically burnt in open air at night because it's illegal to actually put these materials into municipal waste systems. So what begins as a land pollution problem quickly becomes an air pollution problem. and they are discarded well before they're able to show what they're truly made of. For over a decade, we've now explored the different careers and afterlives for the coconut husks in our building. And unlike steel and concrete and glass that are good at doing a few things, coconut fibers, like many fibers, open up thousands of possibilities. As my mom says, it doesn't matter what the question is, coconut is the answer. All the materials we build with have their own politics and create systems of access. And so in the making of this coconut material, there was a compromise we made to show that the generosity of the coconut farm in indigenous practices, where the coconut tree makes room and light for many plants to grow beneath their canopy. And so here, this Kit Kat approach, where we only use coconut husks to form the interior and exterior where it's used best, and corn that grows below the coconut tree that is fed to fungi, constitutes the new type of material. And so this is very much a collaboration between corn, fungi, and coconuts. So this system of identifying value in order to prevent the downcycling or premature burning of these materials is where I think designers and architects have vast potential to show that a material can have many lives in the building, and through form, through color, through customization, one can increase the value of these materials from a flat panel that is $3 a square foot to an acoustic or an environmental module that's over $60 a square foot. In the second sense, there's also a huge opportunity for us to identify and translate value, invisible value that we've heard about, in terms of the broadening of this ecosystem. We're bringing in farmers, waste upcyclers, homeowners into this material economy, and truly being able to recognize forms of cultural, social, natural capital in this ecosystem is critical in order so that we can circulate the value that has been choked at that bottleneck between owners and consumers, and allow a broader ecosystem to participate in generative justice. And so where do these materials go? And frankly, they can go anywhere in our buildings. In my work as an artist, I've tried to look at architectural spaces that have weighed heavily on my psyche. As a young college student, when I graduated, I did a tour of the forts along the Ghanaian coast. And it's shocking to know that Ghana had over 30 forts and castles along its course when no other neighbor had more than 10. And so this image that many of us probably have seen, the door of no return, is something that lives in our psyche as a symbol of the last view of someone who was going to board a slave ship would have seen. And I thought there is no way out but through this symbol. And so in opposition to the Dutch, the Portuguese, and the British bricks that were imported to build the forts and whitewashed, here was an opportunity to look and rethink the view and the ecology of the coast. This is the view in the 19th century of Jamestown Harbor, which was the gateway to West Africa for over 3 centuries. And what it would mean to look back, to look at ourselves, to look within. And so this piece, The Threshold of Return, was an opportunity to reconstitute the very materials that built the door of no return, using coconut husks, corn, mycelium, to essentially shift that meaning. And to also show that there is the need for these materials, everything we build with, in the process of designing, to return it in a non-toxic and generous way back to our soil. In response also to thinking about when you crush up the coconut husk, you get a very strong fiber, but also this wonderful dust-like substance called pith as a soil substitute, taking the pressure off of our soil, giving it time to recover. It also forms just one other pathway before the material returns to the earth. These other 2 projects I'll go through very quickly, but they're just sort of images of other processes and materials that I've worked with, looking at spaces of extraction. And they're very much a response to the fact that if we take a survey of the plants we grow today on the planet, over half of them are one of four: sugar, corn, rice, and wheat. And it's no coincidence that the sugar plantation prototyped African slavery and gave rise to rice as another supercrop. And the fact that in times of war and peace, we've seen the rise of corn and wheat, and now soy is going to be learning from these four ancestral supercrops. And so fungi became a wonderful collaborator in trying to work with a multi-crop inventory of materials so that we're not only relying just on the materials that are produced from monoculture agriculture. So this project really began by looking at the role that fungi have played in helping plants and humans move not only onto land, but also to return our bodies safely to our ecosystems. Fungi are able to eat a multi-crop or wide range of biomass as long as they have sugar and transform them into a low-density, non-toxic material. Things that can serve as insulation all the way to reconstituted wood products like plywood. And so here in Liverpool, which was a very important place for me, not only did it become the largest slave port, but it was also the place that my father had, it was the first place my father had stepped foot on when he was going to the UK to study as a young college student. And this has also been a place where, over time, dock workers have been displaced by shipping containers. And so here, thinking about the mine, thinking about the shipping container or the tunnel, was a space, a threshold to rethink how we could make this with fungi-based materials. So with over 200 participants from middle school, high schools, all the way to elderly urban farmers, we developed a grow-it-yourself toolkit that was sized according to the scale of a human, and using nothing but flour from our kitchens that are fed to the waste from the urban farm, we grew essentially a tunnel right on site in the gallery that formed the entrance to the space. And the last project, and this is the last image I'll end with, is really rethinking how a broad range of material cycles can have as their end goal soil health as the ultimate metric for design. And so this piece, Healing Meadows, which was installed in Belgium, was essentially about a meadow, which is the signal of land that has been cleared for, of trees and of other types of crops, is now beginning to heal. And so the emergence of different types of herbs, of non-woody plants, of fungi is a signal of that moment, that groundwater levels are beginning to return and the plants appear. They are the sensors. So just as in many ways colonialism has seeded and capitalism has placed aggravated value on certain parts of our human society and of certain plants, and have made the work of certain types of species invisible, like fungi, for me, the work of generative justice is about radical collaboration between human and non-human species alike. So I'll end there, and thank you.
Thank you all for these great presentations. Just in thinking about how your presentations are linked and weaving them all together, I enjoyed each one. But starting with Mabel, thinking about monuments as monuments to silence, or as the start, the monuments that exist now as monuments to the silences of actually what exists. But you're thinking about unbuilding enclosures, and really, in your project for the architectural biennial, the kind of way the monument kind of dematerializes into the digital, into performance. And Marcia's idea, loved your idea of curating as attending to the unseen, right? That falls outside of the white cube, right? But also as a place to think about an existential spatiality that makes space for breath. So these are different ways that you all are thinking about radical Black space. And of course, you know, I'll never forget coconut is the answer. But also thinking about, from Mei Ling, architectural materials and generative justice as just another form of the radical idea. So, just, I guess, if you can just think about how all these things, how you connect to each other, and if you want to expand on each of your ideas in terms of, how you're making absence present and how you're kind of regenerating or changing what has been the norm and making it anew in terms of your radical practice.
No, thank you, Kelly, for that thoughtful summation and questions. And also, it's really a pleasure just to be here with Marcia and Mei Ling, and thank you for your amazing presentations, because I certainly, in my case, people say, what do you do? I'm undisciplined. Like, I'm literally all over the place in the way I work, but I think I'm compelled to work outside of disciplines because of the things that I work on, right? And my sense is also that Marcia and Mei Ling have really also been able to kind of mobilize ways of working, right, from, let's say, other disciplines, other practices, but also drawing from like our own histories in a way. And I've kind of, like these two projects sort of have been on the umbrella. Titus Kaphar said yesterday he's obsessed with Thomas Jefferson. Well, so am I. Because I'm a graduate of the University of Virginia, and we never heard about the enslaved when I was being taught about the architecture of the university, but I knew that they were there. My parents are from the South, they're from North Carolina. And, I've been really unpacking these kind of histories, or also trying to understand, my own personal family histories as well, right? And so I think we draw on that in order to be able to tell these stories and share, I think, with our various communities.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mabel. I think what resonates for me, thinking about your own presentation, is the way that you began with that photograph, again, drawing from history, but listening to that image and allowing it to then, influence the design process, a very complex and nuanced design process. Because that's part of what I'm arguing in terms of my own presentation. The need for us to look beyond, as I said, the skin of the portrait, and to really listen to it, to see that interior. And I think I heard that from your practice as well. And Mei Ling, just, of course, asking us to think about generative justice, and again, looking beyond ourselves to the non-human world. I think those are the ways in which, our presentations really find overlaps and resonance.
Yeah, no, I both presentations were meditative for me. I think in terms of the monument and the power of the monument and how to reconstitute the power of that monument, I really identified with in Mabel's, and making visible things we'd rather, forget, and being able to create at the same time. I think in the last panel, we heard the communities and ecosystems that are formed as part of that process is where the value is. And so in your process of curation and bringing all of those wonderful artists and pieces together, I think, the magic happens. But yes, I mean, it's not just UVA. I remember being in upstate New York teaching at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, and COVID happening, and I was taking a tour of a mushroom factory. And in the course of the mushroom factory tour, which was incredibly boring, he tells me that this is one of the houses used for the Underground Railroad. And I was like, okay, forget the mushrooms, tell me more. And he said he has no idea. And so I leave and I Google Underground Railroads, Troy, Hudson River, and the story of a runaway enslaved man called Charles Nall came up, and incredible story, look it up. But many enslaved people would work in Troy and Albany to make enough money to make it to Canada. And while he was there, someone tried to sell him back, to the plantation owner that he was working for. Harriet Tubman was in town. They staged a rescue. It was insane. I mean, there's a beautiful painting on it. But at the end of the article, they show a picture of where he was working and who he was working for, the house he was living in, and it was my house. And I remember thinking, there are so many places that we traverse, in centers of capitalism, whether that's museums or universities, and we've got to do the work to make visible those histories, and that's become a much larger project for me and a lot of collaborators. But it's work we have to do on campuses and in our white cube museums, or move out of them. So it was inspiring to hear both of your presentations.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to open it up for questions, and I see Dr. Williams. Okay, Dr. Williams, she's just standing there. I thought so. I thought you were coming up to ask a question, but no. Please, any questions you may have, it is open to you.
I really, excuse me, I really admire the way memory works in each of your presentations. Just in terms of, Mabel, the ways in which memory of a place and memory of how the place was built by people who were known and unknown but not understood, right? And until the sort of reclamation, this project just really brings them to back as much as you can, given the record and then the ghost of what's not in the record, right? And not having what's not there to identify them doesn't deny their humanity, right? And I think, Maylene, Maylene, I think the ways in which fungi is a form of memory, the memory of the organism, helps you manifest this this other metamorphosis of that plant to reemerge as something that can structurally help us. And so memory, as using plant memory in a certain kind of way to, in some ways, engage your own memory of, right, the coconut and the ways it plays into industrial. So it kind of goes back there. And Marsha, the way in which your presentation is asking us to breathe, to inhale memory, right? To inhale this kind of trauma work, right? The ways in which, even as scholars who study, these forms of these histories, we're also traumatized to a certain degree, or re-traumatizing ourselves, or are the inheritors of this kind of work in which we weren't necessarily given proper means of adjusting ourselves and making a way to survive through the work, in the work. I think was really, so for each of you, I just really admire the ways in which memory plays in your work. Thank you. It's not even a question. Just thank you. That's right.
Oh, good question. Well, before the question, I just wanted to say really thank you so much, for really highlighting that thread that runs through all of our work. And you're right, as you heard in terms of the end of my presentation, what I was really asking for all of us to do in this room is to address our own interiority and to do that kind of, as you said, trauma work. So I was really offering a space for us to do some breath work. So thank you so much. Question at the back.
Maybe just quickly on that, because I think, a lot of the materials we work with can't breathe. And I think we're in a paradigm right now where you know, the most challenging places for me to get these materials into is actually in places like Ghana, in the Caribbean, because we're so used to concrete, glass, and steel as signs of, you know, durability, separation of natural, you know, phenomena. And what's incredible for me in the coconut work was realizing that, you know, all of the breathing in the first life of the coconut, you know, it's got a huge surface area, a world within it, a maze that allows the hot, humid air to be trapped and not affect the embryo. And I think about that a lot in the building material. Instead of sealing it up, I call it Botox. You know, you just pump the material with glues and coat it. Don't move, don't age, look young forever. Is counterintuitive to the way we've always used it. And so in that panel, it's actually it's a heightened breathability, because it takes in all the moisture from the humidity, and it's that moisture that buffers all of the heat, because water has such a high specific heat capacity. And then at the peak hour of the day when it's hot, it evaporates. And so you get the cooling. And we've lost that material intelligence, or that valuing of materials' capacity to breathe. And so I really loved, you know, that in terms of also recognizing how our capacity for thermal comfort and all of that has changed with our material culture.
And just you said something as part of your presentation. You spoke about, you know, the material can have many lives. And so I think about, and even in Mabel's practice as well, the way material can take on new breath, new existence, new life, which you were unpacking just now. So yeah, absolutely. Question at the back, I think.
Firstly, I just want to say thank you for this absolutely inspiring set of discussions, and I think it's just extremely special and very, very empowering. I would love to just ask a question, food for thought, that I've also been thinking about according to what was just shared today about radical collaboration. And I find it so fascinating how we're at a cusp in history that is somehow mirrored within this space from the 15th to the 18th century development in Europe, where we are sitting in the Enlightenment, the cusp of enlightenment for Black peoples around the world. And as you talk about radical collaboration, I had the image of the Thomas Jefferson statue that is standing alone, which is in the space, in the piazza, you know, as a physical and a visual cultural hegemonic representation as a symbol. How do you see a combination of your talents, of your expertises with regards to architecture, with regards to curating a poetry of space, and with regards to the materiality that actually breaks down from a bottom-up approach of the capitalistic system of how you use the mass to serve the global, so the global majority serving the global minority? Can we see multiple statues put up that will decolonize the visual narrative of cultural hegemony into a plurality of narratives by combining all of your expertises? I mean, I just find that very, very interesting, because it's somehow, you've already said it in different ways, that there is radical collaboration that could happen. So every time there would be a sort of conference or a sort of reunion of different specialists and enthusiasts of space design, what could we bring out of it? And it doesn't have to be pre-planned, but you know, that's just a question. So thank you very much, and all the best with this.
I mean, I'll respond a little bit. It's a question of radical collaboration. I call my practice now Studio And, because and is also like multiple disciplines, but also and all the people that I collaborate with. And I've really learned that collaboration is really productive in the sense that you learn from a process of collaboration, that it diffuses and networks knowledge, And it can be incredibly a productive process. And so I've engaged in multiple collaborations, somewhat related to Mei Ling. I've had kind of a 10-year collaboration called Who Builds Your Architecture, WBYA. And it actually looks at the global supply chain of both labor and material and building sites around the world and the problems of the exploitation of labor. It's like a totally different pile of work that I've done. But I've also learned a lot. I knew nothing about this question. But the thing that architects weren't able to claim was their connection to the people who make their buildings, right? And as somebody who is looking at these sort of histories of enslaved labor making buildings, it just seemed obvious. You are connected. Thomas Jefferson is connected to those people building the rotunda, probably literally his relatives. You know, but it's something that the world, again, as it puts us in silos, that we can deny, right? Like, we don't have to know who made our iPhone. We don't have to know, right? That's what capitalism does. It produces that distance. And I think it's important to, I agree with many, to recognize the connectiveness and sometimes to immerse oneself in the locality. And one way to really, I think, engage and break out of the silo of liberal individualism is to really work collaboratively, especially in the institutions like museums. Another project I worked on was an exhibition called Reconstructions at MoMA. And because MoMA's archive was so bereft, the architecture and design archive had nothing by a Black person in it. We basically made our own advisory panel. We brought our archive into the space, right? So you have to be inventive because often what you're looking for, as I said at the beginning with Deb, it's just not there. So you really have to be innovative and you have to be with others in order to do that work. You cannot be the single lone genius. It just doesn't work. And I just think as Black folks, you know, we share, we're community, we're generative, we're generous.
Thanks for that, Mabel. I think I'll add to that. You spoke about institutions and you were speaking specifically, you know, about museums and so on, but I'll say a little bit in terms of wanting to also think outside of universities as institutions that can sometimes function in very siloed ways. You know, we refer to them as the ivory tower. And so when I think about collaboration, I like to think about what it means to work outside of the ivory tower, and curatorial practice is one of the ways that I think through that, working with communities, you know, so not just scholar to scholar, you know, but working with people on the ground, telling their stories, working with them to develop meaning together. And so that, again, you know, we're not in the ivory tower behind paywalls in journals and books, you know. So that's what I'm thinking about when I think about collaborative practice and thinking about space and what it means to breathe and exist beyond these institutions. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think maybe there are 3 levels that I feel radical collaboration has been, you know, inspirational to me. I mean, firstly, as you said, you know, in the field of academia, we're incredibly siloed in disciplines. And so in many ways, I think of myself as an undisciplined scholar. I work, you know, with agriculture, material scientists, farmers, chefs. And I think it's, you know, if you truly want to understand something, you've got to look at it from so many different perspectives. And being undisciplined has been fantastic for that. The second, I think, in terms of radical collaboration, in terms of producing materials, you know, the coconut corn fungal mycelium panel was, for me, probably an ecosystem I'm always trying to get back to, which is, you know, taking outliers to a waste material economy, particularly, you know, to material economies that have entrenched power in them, you know. So coconut waste collectors, secondhand clothing collectors and distributors are now working in a relationship with emerging bioadhesive companies in upstate New York and rural France. And for me, that global north and south collaboration is something that I couldn't have imagined, but we needed to do because there were so many advantages in working together to create new markets cheaper. And the last I would say is, I just came from a fantastic conference in Amsterdam over the last 2 days where 30 Black designers and artists, architects were looking at AI. And what was amazing is we tried to basically create our own AI feeding it with images and text that inspired us, thinking about the mathematics and language, the algorithms behind the AI. And there were two types of AIs that kind of emerged. One is the reparative work, thinking about how do we change our models of attribution so it's not the single author. We credit to a collective that has worked on a series of images, everything around attribution to alignment, to the content that goes in. And the more aspirational AI model, who is that? And so in response to Alexa and Siri that are probably the voices of white women, who is anti-AI? And today I texted the whole group and I said, I think we found anti-AI, and that's Carrie Mae Weems. It's her personality and her legacy. And everybody's like, heart. We found anti-AI. But I think in also thinking about AI, which is, a transformative technology today, it's going to open up collaboration in a way, if we allow it to change what the archive means and the products that come out of it, and who is the designing collective. And so that, just really recently was incredibly important as an example of radical collaboration.
Well, thank you all. We are going to close today. We thank you all for coming to the conference. We have one more panel, the Africa in Venice presentation. So I encourage you to stick around. I want to thank all my wonderful panelists. Let's give them a hand. All the organizers, all the departments, there's so many, but thank you all for coming.
So we have a very, very brief break. We have our last panel for the evening and for Black Portraitures this year. There's also a reception downstairs immediately after our last panel.
Beautiful. Excellent.
Hello. We're at the finish line. We are so excited, so happy that you're all here with us and you've joined us for the entire weekend of conversations and coming together. It's my honor to present the last panel. And it's a panel on a really, really amazing book that is going to be available for purchase this evening called African Venice. And we have with us Paul Kaplan, Shaul Bassi, and Maza Mendist. And we're really looking forward to this conversation about this important project that's so related to everything that we've been talking about this weekend and why we gather. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. It is, again, such a pleasure to be here. I was reminded just a few minutes ago how long we've all been coming together for these Black portraitures. I have lost count, but I know it's maybe year 11 at this point. Are we at 11th? 14th, okay. So it's really nice to see some familiar faces, and I am really pleased to introduce you to this book, African Venice, which has been published by Wetlands, which is an independent publishing house based in Venice. The publisher is back there, Luca Cosentino. He's ill today. And together with Shaul Bassi and Paul Kaplan, who have edited and developed the pieces in here, I think this book it's an incredible contribution to how we begin to talk about Venice or recognize the African presence in Venice that's been here for hundreds of years. I can tell you a little bit about Paul Kaplan. Some of us know him quite well. I can say he is known as a professor of art history at Purchase College, SUNY. But anyone who has ever gone on a walking tour with Paul Kaplan through Florence, or I am sure Venice, will never forget that experience. This man is a wealth of knowledge, but the enthusiasm of locating and researching and speaking about African presence in Italian work and Italian history is, I think, just unparalleled. So I hope all of you will get a chance to talk to him after this. Shaul Bassi, I call to myself very silently the mayor of Venice, because he just seems to know everyone and has been so instrumental to so many of us who have done different things in this city. He's a professor of English at Ca' Foscari. He's had dozens of publications. He is a dear friend, but what he really wants us to know is that he once played football downstairs. So
many times.
Many times. He was born here, right? Born and lives here. So we are here to talk about African Venice, this book that I hope you'll be able to find. I'm going to turn it over to the two of you and then come in a little bit later.
Thank you so much, Maza, for your participation in this volume, which has really been to set the work in perfect tone and context, both at the beginning and the end, as you'll see if you pick up the book. But I also want to thank Luca once again, who played more than merely the role of a publisher in bringing this slightly crazy idea that Shaul and I came up with quite a number of years ago to fruition in about a year and a half, an amazingly quick speed for a complicated project like this. I also want to thank Deb, of course, and all of the other organizers of this conference. I think I've been coming for 11 years. I don't know if I go back to the full 14, but it's been a wonderful ride, and we're still going up the roller coaster. I also want to thank Peter Miller, director of the American Academy in Rome, and the Academy in general for helping to support this particular event and my presence here in Venice today. The volume, which I feel I have to brandish a little bit, it was published in February, but I only got mine finally in the US in March. The volume is rather an unusual creature. There are something like 20 contributors to it, and some of these are Anglophone contributors from the US, the UK, and other parts of the world. Many of them are Italophone contributors, and there I want to emphasize two versions of the book, pretty much identical. African Venice and Venezia Africana, both are offered for sale. So if you're an Italian reader or an English reader, both are available. There are people writing works of fiction in the confines of this book. There are people writing bits of memoir. There is poetry. There are essays, some journalistic, some of them rather intensely historical. And then there's my main part of the book, which is sort of a spine running through it with all kinds of interesting branches coming off, which is a series of walking tours throughout the city, the lagoon, and there's even one devoted to the terraferma, the Venetian mainland. The walking tours are focused on history, but because I'm an art historian, primarily on the representation of people of African descent in the lagoon and nearby, in churches, in museums, sometimes along the street side, but in all kinds of places. I wanted to say at the beginning just a few quick words, and can I have the next, right? Here's, it's a guidebook. It's equipped with maps, as you can see here, divided up more or less into the 6 sestieri, the 6 great administrative sections of Venice. And it tells you how to get from point A to point B, well, more or less, with the help of your cell phone, but still, right? As easily as one can do it in Venice. And you can see from the shot of the table of contents what a variety of kinds of things are present in the book. I think that's just the first page of maybe 3 outlining some of those contributions, and Shaul will say more about that in a few minutes. Can I have the next slide? The first point I wanted to make is that I write this, of course, as an American, among other things. And I'm far from the first American to be interested in the presence of images of black people in Venetian art. Guidebooks to Venice go back 500 years or a little bit more, And even the very first one in the 1490s makes a very emphatic comment about the presence of perhaps thousands of black boatmen in the city, right? But even in the history of Americans visiting and writing about Venice, we have a consistent attention that's given over to the presence of blackness in the city. One of the earliest I've found is by a black New Orleans sculptor called Eugène Warburg from New Orleans, who we know in 1857 went to the Frari Church, where he could not possibly have missed this garish Baroque tomb of Doge Giovanni Pesaro with its 4 colossal, straining, enslaved black figures holding up a rather puny white Doge. In 1860, an American who wrote a travel memoir came into the Church of the Frari and remarked disapprovingly that he thought of it as he couldn't understand it unless it was a monument to, and I quote, Negro slavery, a condition which as an abolitionist he hated. In 1867, could I have the next slide? William Dean Howells wrote the first really literary American guidebook to Venice, and he mentions black people and the representation of black people in several different places. In particular, on the Torre dell'Orologio, the clock tower in San Marco. Unfortunately, today, only on rare occasions can you see the 3 magi coming out just above the clock and below the Lion of St. Mark. One of them, as was traditional in European art, was a black African figure. And Howells wrote some very strange lines about this group. Can I have the next? And there you can see the black figure rather more clearly. If you take a tour of the clock tower, you can see these statues inside, but they're rarely put into motion. But they were works of kinetic sculpture for many centuries. Can I have the next? And here you'll see he writes about 5 lines down last, the Ethiopian prince, gorgeous in green and gold, who, I am sorry to say, burlesques the whole solemnity. Somehow, Howells, the figures all bow precisely the same way in the mechanism, but Howells, even though he too is an abolitionist, could only see in the black magus a halting comic figure. He brings his own white American history to Venetian blackness in art. Can I have the next? Rather differently, Howells published his work in 1867. In 1869, Mark Twain wrote an even more popular European guidebook than Howells had been. Both were bestsellers. And in Venice, Twain encountered a figure who is still somewhat mysterious to us, a black tour guide who explained the concept of the Renaissance to him, showed off the artistic treasures of Venice, and it was the only tour guide in Twain's whole trip that he had any respect for. You might pass to the last paragraph here. The guide I've spoken of is the only one we have had yet who knew anything. He was born in South Carolina of slave parents. They came to Venice while he was an infant. He's grown up here. He's well educated. He reads, writes, and speaks English, Italian, Spanish, and French with perfect facility, is a worshiper of art and thoroughly conversant with it, knows the history of Venice by heart, and never tires of talking of her illustrious career. He dresses better than any of us, I think, and is daintily polite. Negroes are deemed as good as white people in Venice, and so this man feels no desire to go back to his native land. His judgment, Twain said, looking at the progress of Reconstruction, is correct. This is Twain's first serious addressing of the race issue in the United States, after having briefly been a Confederate soldier during the Civil War. So all of Italian art, or all of Venetian art at least, was explained to Twain by this man whose name we still do not yet know. Can I have the next? To come up to much more modern times, a little over 20 years ago, I was privileged to work in a supporting capacity with Fred Wilson, whose Speak of Me As I Am at the 2003 Venice Biennale was one of the first really public attempts to illuminate what Venice and Venetian art, but also Venetian society, had to say, or what experience it could show of the interactions between Europeans, white Americans, and black people. Fred's show was incredibly complex. It had many different parts. I want to focus just for a moment on a couple of them because they are part of the backbone of this book in the sense that after working with him as a sort of project scholar, the idea of writing a guidebook seemed natural. He had brought all these works into the American Pavilion, and my goal here is to move us out of merely the Biennale and into the city as a whole to see these works. Can I have the next, please? Some of you are probably very familiar with his wonderful and quite subtle reelaboration of the facade of the American Pavilion. It almost looks a little too natural to have those straining enslaved black figures from the Pesaro Monument holding up the pediment with the United States of America and Italian printed on it. That was already there. Could I have the next? And then the whole shop window on the right wing of the American Pavilion, he filled with mannequins dressed in the clothing of figures in Italian Renaissance art, mostly Venetian. At the beginning of the Biennale, he even had a collaborator, a West African man who was hired to sell the designed handbags that Fred had produced in a kind of a parody of one important aspect of Venetian mercantile culture. Can I have the next? But if you can see some of the figures in the shop window, the man with the oar taken from Carpaccio's Miracle of the True Cross in the Accademia Museum, the foremost black gondolier we have in art. Next. A little further to the left, near that oar, is a black page holding music for a white couple singing in Bonifacio de Pietati's image of wealth and poverty. And can I have the next? And then here's one of Fred's rooms with works that he himself fabricated or put together from existing parts or casts, but then one precious element, hard to see in Venice today, but mentioned in our guidebook, next, which is the portrait of a manumitted enslaved man, Lazzaro Zen, from 1770, which Fred equipped with a soundtrack speaking various texts to try to bring the figure to life. Bringing some of these historical figures to life is, I think, what we are all concerned in doing, and Fred Wilson played a vital conceptual role in opening this kind of thing up. I want to show you just a few more slides. Can I have the next? Blackness is everywhere in Venice, if you look for it, right? Here is the most famous image ever made of the city, Jacopo de Barbari's bird's eye view woodcut, at least as large as you see it there on the projected screen, a huge, magnificent print. For centuries, no one ever noticed that there was actually an African figure within the work. At the lower margin, and I'll show you a detail in a moment, but sort of close to the lower left-hand corner, you'll see a head in a cloud. Seen upside down, it's hard to recognize. Can I have the next? Seen a little closer up, you can see a bit more. And now can I have the next one? If you flip the print around, the African face of one of the 12 winds puffing from every quarter of the world is clearly revealed as an African figure. And this, of course, is a wind coming directly from Africa, from the south on the map. So Jacopo de Barbari's notion of Venice was that the world converged on it, the world's commerce converged on it, and even the African wind played a role in its commercial life. Can I have the next? I think I may wrap up in a sec, but I wanted to say a few more words about black boatmen. By the 1490s, we know that Venice probably had several thousand black Africans who rowed vessels, if we can believe a guidebook written in that decade. But 300 years earlier, in the mosaics of San Marco, in part of the story of St. Mark's martyrdom in Egypt and the smuggling of his body by Venetian merchants out of Egypt and back to Venice, we see adjoining the boat where a Muslim custom inspector has boarded, right? This is a smuggling process. But in the little boat, the gondola-like boat that has brought the customs inspector to look for the body, we see a dark-skinned man in a kind of turban rowing the boat. And this suggests that as early as 1200 or so, there were already black Africans resident in Venice and doing one particularly characteristic kind of work there. Can I have the next? And then in the 1490s, a year after that guidebook I mentioned, Carpaccio's Black Gondolier, one of two, by the way, in the picture. One of the thrusts of this book is that you always have to look very carefully to find the true dimensions of the black presence in Venice. Shaul, I think I'm probably out of time. I think I should turn it over to you at this point. Shall I take a few more minutes or not? I'll take just a couple. Can I have the next? Some of the historical connections between blackness in Venice and other elements in the wider world are worth pointing out. The Black Gondolier in Carpaccio's painting is one of a group of people, one individual of which, along with his family, his wife and children, was hired by the Duchess of Ferrara, south of Venice, as a court servant. And it was not only the gondolier that was wanted. Ferrara doesn't have much in the way of canals to row a gondola in, right? But the black presence at aristocratic courts was tremendously fashionable in the years around 1500. The painting that you see on the left is not of the Duchess herself, but what was ultimately her daughter-in-law, a woman called Laura Eustachia, mistress of, and then perhaps at the end of her life, wife of the Duke of Ferrara, with a black child acting as her page at her side. About 40 years after the painting was made, an Italian novelist wrote a story that Shakespeare later borrowed for the plot of Othello. So, and of course, Shakespeare imagines all this as taking place in Venice again. So the story runs full circle in this way. And maybe in bringing up Othello, that's the right moment to turn it over to Shaul. Let's flip through a few. We'll tell you when to stop. Keep going.
When the gondolier appears again.
Here we go. Right there.
Thank you very much. It's a joy to be here. It's a joy to be back here. I was part of the Black Portraitures in Florence. I think it was 2015, and much of that spirit, I think, is behind the book. It's been a tremendous privilege to learn from Paul's work. It's been a great privilege to be able to walk around my city with many African writers, African-American writers, Afro-descendant writers that have shown me my city from a different perspective. The detail of me literally growing up in this neighborhood and playing downstairs, you know, so I've been asked so many times, what is it like to grow up in Venice? And say, well, you know, playing soccer, kicking the ball against the Baroque statue of Hercules while you're hearing cello players in the background. So, and being cornered by the police because it's totally, you know, illegal. But Paul has shown us a gallery of amazing images. Many more are in the books, and many more we couldn't include in this richly illustrated volume that has all the elegance of all the wetlands books. So once again, I want to really thank Luca, who is not only a publisher, but someone who has lived in Africa and has a very, very intimate link with many countries there. And so this is very much a project of his as of ours. So we've seen many bodies, many faces, but it took a different art, the art of literature, to give to these silent faces a voice. And so over the last several years, many Black writers have engaged with this presence and have given voice to these figures. And I think that overall, they help us challenge what is a very widespread benevolent view of Venetian cosmopolitanism. You know, we take pride of being a very diverse city, and I do take pride in that, but that was not a cosmopolitanism of equality and pluralism. It was also a history of exploitation, of slavery and violence. And perhaps this is the paradox. The paradox is that in a continent that has exploited African people and tried to erase that exploitation, Venice is the one place where that exploitation is in full view. And so this is what our book wants to calls attention to. And so I think that this book, in a way, celebrates the incredible ambivalence of Venetian cosmopolitanism. In the book, we have, so the backbone of the book is these 10 itineraries, most of which are making of poles. And then there are these text, fiction, non-fiction, poetry that, texts that engage with the Black presence. And there are three, I would say, focal points of this Black reimagining of African Venice and of the sort of decolonizing of its imaginary. And one is definitely the tradition of the Black presence in the visual arts. And so here I've juxtaposed a page from an Italian Rwandan writer, Marilena Umuhozadelli, who moved to Venice. Her family moved to Venice from near Milan. One of the reasons was that she grew up with the Black gondolier of Carpaccio in her living room. And so that was an inspiration, you know, trying to find a new Italian home, one that was perhaps, yes, actually, you know, less racist than other places. She moved to Venice. The second focal point has been mentioned by Paul. Many writers in this collection, Eddie Harris, African-American, Ngugi wa Thiong'o from Kenya, engaged with Shakespeare's Othello. Othello is an unavoidable reference point, again, a very ambivalent character, and so rewrites of Othello are a very important presence. The next, please. But it's also important to say that the writers who have written a new page of Venice don't feel necessarily they have to deal exclusively with the Black presence, and the third focal point is the ghetto of Venice. Not everybody is aware of the fact that the word ghetto, that is so important, so crucial also in terms of the African and Black experience, originated here in Venice. It was the original name of the Jewish quarter. And this is a wonderful example of Rita Dove, no introduction needed, great African-American poet who revisits the life and works of Sara Coppio-Sullam, who was a Jewish Italian Venetian poet in her 20s who lived in the ghetto and had a literary academy where she hosted both Jewish and Christian intellectuals before she was silenced because she was really sort of breaking too many rules, cultural rules and social rules. And so there is a sort of a mirroring of an identification across the century, across place of a contemporary African-American poet with 16th century, 17th century Jewish Venetian poet. Next, please. Contemporary art Fred Wilson was mentioned, his installation, and that was certainly a moment of great inspiration. But there is other presences of contemporary art, the Biennale, of course, that I'm sure you've all visited, but also there's a brand new contemporary art gallery called Acca here in Venice, and for 5 years now, they've been hosting an artist in residence, and every year this artist produces something that engages with Venetian heritage. And this is, for instance, Cyrus Kabiru from Kenya, refashioning local materials and tropes. Next, please. These books, and I just, since Theophilus Imani has just entered the room, also he says that he is also one of the contributors to the book. And the book also wants to call the reader's attention to other African presences that one sees but don't conceptualize as African. So the material culture, we have made some interesting discoveries in the process of making this book. A lot of the basic concept that nothing in Venice is from here. Everything. All the materials, the people are from elsewhere, which is a wonderful concept. So we found out that among the things that actually make up Venice are many stones from Africa. So we've learned from experts. And then there are plants from Africa. There is coffee from Africa. The book has at the very center a coffee break with stories, both a history and a story about African coffee. Next, please. People. We learned from Paul about these presences that are recorded, Mark Twain's guide. More recently, there have been other important presences. We talk about Olga Manente, who was the first black student at Ca' Foscari University of Venice, an Italian-African woman who tried hard for most of her life to kind of make people forget about her blackness because she was not accepted about that. And also, in more recent tragic times, the suicide of Pate Saballi, the migrant from Gambia who committed suicide in front of the train station, because this is also a very contemporary and, I would say, political book. To conclude, the book also tries to foreground, and here turning to Maza because she is the writer who has, I think, put Italian colonialism on the global literary map better than anybody else. Venice was also a platform of Italian colonialism. It provided infrastructures and weapons. The industrial complex of Venice produced infrastructures and weapons of mass destruction used in Ethiopia in particular. And this is the type of African presence that is only residually present. There are a few toponyms, there are a few places in mainland Venice named after colonial battles. There's a couple of places that are named after colonial military officers, but Venice has not really dealt with adequately. I think that was my last. I just want to conclude by, of course, thanking all the contributors, but also to say that this was, and as we say at the very end, just before Ma's wonderful closing piece, closing afterward, is that this was also conceived as an open-ended work. Our great hope is that this book can inspire more African and Black reimaginings of Venice. Actually, it was wonderful that the moment the book came out, we were able to hand it over to some writers and to some visual artists who have come to do their own work. And so, looking forward to the second edition in a few years' time. Thank you.
And I will just speak very briefly about my relatively small contribution in this book. I wrote a piece a few years ago about two paintings that I found or I stumbled across in the museum on Academia one by Carpaccio that we saw here that Paul put up, and another one by Bellini. And I was struck by the presence of Africans in those paintings, paintings that represented religious moments, or sometimes it just felt like a life, a snapshot of a life, of a moment. And then here are these Africans, and I was struck by how easy it was to overlook them in both of those paintings if you did not know what to look for. And that sense of of being easy to overlook is something that has struck me every time that I have been in Venice. It is almost impossible, I feel, to walk through these streets, at least for me, without being very aware of my blackness and of my Africanness. And it comes from some of these paintings, it comes from the statues that we might, that are in San Marco, it comes from names like, I think it's like something del Moro, and we just know that we hear the African presence. The way that people speak of the sand that travels from the wind, travels on the wind from the coasts of Africa, from Libya, and comes here into Venice. Venice is constantly in the presence of Africa. But another thing is that it's impossible to walk around and not recognize the way that Africans continue to come to Italy, continue to find or try to make a space in Venice. We just passed, coming here to this building, a vendor, a young African vendor selling purses. And a piece that I wrote, there's one piece I wrote about the paintings, but another piece that I've included in the afterword here about thinking of what it means as an African, as an American, as a black person, as an immigrant, to lock eyes with someone who is maybe begging on a street corner or selling the purses. And what does it mean? I know what it means to me to say hello and to try to start a conversation. But what I might think of as a touching moment, or maybe in some way meaningful, might to them be something completely different. And I'm always aware that the ground and the space between us is not equal, and that what they see in me might be something else that is very discomforting, maybe something that is angering, maybe something that reminds them of something else. And so that what we see across this divide might be completely different for both of us. But this book, I feel, recognizes some of that territory and begins to try to make sense of it. I know that in my research into the paintings of Carpaccio and Bellini, I relied so much on Shaul's familiarity with the area, but with the paintings. In fact, the Bellini painting, I believe, Shaul, isn't it the African man that's standing on a ledge in front of a window? That window is your apartment. Yeah. So
Home exchange, anybody?
A few hundred years later. But Paul's research, Paul, I'll never forget when I was asking you, how do I look up records of Africans that were in Venice? Where do I look? And Paul is just wonderful and so generous with, here's something I've written, and what comes through, the something is like 20 documents, But one thing you told me, and I think that maybe you had written about, has never left me, and the fact that one of the Africans or black people that you were able to trace in Venice, you found through police records. And
yeah, several, in fact. I mean, unfortunately, when we're talking about marginalized people in Italian cities, police records are one of the places that historians look, not just for people of African descent, but any other outsiders coming into Venice, since they were normally treated much more harshly.
And so it's this idea of looking at Venice's past is, I feel, also a confrontation of what we're familiar with in the United States or in any other place where Black people and Africans exist. And in many ways, that parallel exists in that space. I think that I can't quite articulate it yet, but the space that exists between me looking at someone as an African immigrant who is now basically American, but looking at someone who is a new immigrant, arrived into Italy, trying to avoid the police, and is trying to establish some sense of safety and security here. I'm still thinking about that, but when I do think about that, I think of this moment that Paul just shared. And I'm going to stop there. And then we can maybe leave more room for questions.
I'll just add one more thing to the police issue. One can also find in such records, of course, Black African victims of crimes. One of the most shocking elements was the discovery of a murderer, right? A priest, a white priest, who had killed a Venetian nobleman who had fallen on hard times, and his Black mistress and their child. This is another way that records of the most desperate kind can illuminate some of the struggles of the Black presence in Venice.
Maybe I can add here too, before we close out, speaking of Africans in Venice, Luca and I have created a series within the Wetlands Publishing Company, publishing house, and together we are inviting African writers or Africans from the diaspora to come to Venice, stay in a residency that allows them time to explore the city and develop ideas that they will then make into a long-form essay that then gets published into a book that gets distributed across Italy and hopefully will have various translations around the world. We call this series Afterwards, and it's a series that I curate and I edit. We have recently published our first author, Emmanuel Iduma from Nigeria. He has seen Venice through the lens, quite literally, of Lagos. And his essays include photographs of various Nigerian photographers, but also photographs that he made while he was in Venice of his writing desk. And through that, he begins to talk about the creative process and what it means to reimagine both Lagos and Venice while going through this city. That book is out, and I know it's in bookstores, but we have Fatin, who is here, that you might have heard yesterday. She is one of our writers. And so I'm announcing this just so that you keep an eye out, because it's definitely here in Italy, and it will soon be moving out into the world, The Africans in Venice.
Thank you for that lovely presentation. I'm just curious, you made some mention about the visible monuments of Blackness in Venice, and I was just wondering, with all those Africans who've been here, what happens to the burial grounds? You know, this is the invisible history that exists here. Where are those spaces? How do we know more about those places? Thank you.
we don't know of any in terms of the pre-modern past. Burial for a variety of reasons in Venice is often not very permanent, right? A regular cemetery on an island between here and Murano as a cemetery was essentially developed only in the 19th century. So from some of the centuries that I was illustrating, there is, of course, a Jewish cemetery that dates back to a very early date on the Lido, but no evidence of burial of Africans there. Except for the wealthy who could afford to be buried within churches, right? We've lost most of that, at least up into well into the 19th century.
As a quick footnote, if you walk down the Campo Santo Stefano, past the church, you'll find a sort of elevated square called Campiello dei Morti, like the little sort of square of the dead. Because at the end of the Serenissima, Napoleon and the new French occupation basically decreed that all the people should no longer be buried in central Venice. This was a big deal. So that's sort of the removal of the dead. So every time I sort of travel to the US and I see all those small cemeteries near the churches, those are things that are no longer, or were sort of erased by the Napoleon's presence. So it's a more general situation. Yeah.
But I will just add one quick note. In the 1490s, same period as the Carpaccio Gondolier, we have records of an important black military commander in the Venetian armies, who, commander of infantry, maybe kind of the equivalent of a colonel, who died in battle against the French army in northern Italy. And he was so valued by the Venetian Senate that while we don't know anything about the disposition of his body after the battle, and very often after battle, most soldiers' remains could not even be buried, but his wife and children were given a substantial pension and given a residence in a fortress in the city of Verona, west of Venice, for the rest of their lives. So it's likely, if his remains had been recovered, that they would have been buried in honorific terms, since he was a valued figure. But that's a very unusual piece of data we have.
Well, thank you both for putting together this book. I just, in a way, the note that you just mentioned now about this high figure, black figure in the history of Venice is what I would like to hear more, because I wonder how can we get out of the anecdotal in telling about Africans in Venice, and how can we get out of the margin? They are not only in the margin. We should not forget the book of Leo Africanus is published here in Venice. It's the big information about Africa, and you know better than me, I mean, of other figures from the Ethiopian delegation that are coming to Venice. So maybe you can tell us more about Africa in the center, not only in the margins, so we won't have only the impression that we get information only from the police about the identity of people here.
Well, we do have some information about pilgrims from the Kingdom of Ethiopia coming through Venice. Major diplomatic missions from Black Africa did not normally pass through Venice, but they did come to other parts of Italy, including to Rome, where the reception of ambassadors was often quite celebrated. And this occurred in Florence in the late 1430s and early 1440s as well. But we certainly know that there were not only let me be quite clear, we certainly know that there were not only black African peoples enslaved in Venice. There was undoubtedly a substantial free black community. I think most of the black people, let's say in 1500 resident in Venice, had either been brought here as enslaved, or they were the children of people who had been brought as enslaved. But they built their own lives, and sometimes, as in the case of Juan Bianco, the military commander, they were very substantial lives. We're still engaged in that kind of recovery, and more will eventually turn up. When I started this work, many decades ago, it wasn't so easy to encounter any of these details in the archives. It's actually much easier in the visual arts to pick out figures. And let me go back to one of my slides if it's not too late. Go back maybe about 8. I just want to show one picture which I think sums up the issue that you're addressing. Yeah, right here. No, back one more. Perfect. This is a tiny detail of a painting. Unfortunately, it's discussed in our book, but it's no longer in Venice. Napoleon stole it. And it's in the Louvre in Paris by Paolo Veronese. The Marriage at Cana from the early 1560s. It's an incredible banquet. This is just a tiny piece of an enormous canvas that was once on the island of San Giorgio Maggiore. But even in this tiny piece, you can see 2 African figures. At the very bottom, you can see one of these pages, a child waiter wearing rather elaborate colors, fancy dress of the liveried servant, who is bringing the wine that Christ has magically created out of water to the bride and groom who are seated at one end of the table. But if you move back along the table, you'll see a man in a green turban and a brilliant green gown who is just turned back to speak to one of the other waiters. He's also a black African man. So in this one work by Veronese, we see the, if not enslaved, at least the working class element of black Venice. And at the same time, we see this as a place where, on a number of occasions, black people of much higher social status were known to pass through. But in Venice, you almost can't have one without the other, right? These conditions are often connected, especially by artists who make a play to show, in a way, the contradictions or the tension between these 2 different conceptions of blackness.
Thank you. Our final question.
I wanted to reconnect to one of the questions that the gentleman had regarding, memories and stuff. I'm Italian, so I'd had some thoughts about what you guys had said. Venice is a part of Italy. So first of all, thank you for this beautiful offering that you guys have done to us. But it's not a monolith. So when we contextualize memories, and also referring to what the scholars were saying before, we do have memories, but then you also have to put into consideration that when Africans came from Africa, from Somalia, Eritrea, Ethiopia, and they came to Italy, they had their own religions, they had their own culture. So when you have your own traditions and you come into a foreign land, of course, when you want to be buried, you don't want to be buried in Italy. You want to be buried back home. So that's the first thing to take into account. Second thing, the economic factor. In order to go back to your country, you need to have money. And that's, unfortunately, a situation that doesn't always happen, considering politics, considering law, considering the fact that the law of citizenship in Italy is still something that, is not ideal. So how do you afford to have memory and to hold memories of yourself through burial when you're not even afforded documents? And this is something that has been going on for a long time. So when we talk about Venice, yes, the paintings, the art shows that there were presence of diasporic people from the diaspora, no matter where they were coming from. But then this presence was not retained. And the only reason that this presence was not retained is because they were not the political measure for this presence to be retained. Second of all, we talked about class. Class is a factor in almost everything, like even in the same in this room, it is a factor that we have to take into consideration. So every time that we see Black people in painting, especially in paintings from the Renaissance, and we know that even in Florence, there was Alessandro del Moro, who was a noble, and he was a Black person, and he lived in Florence, but nobody knows basically nothing of us, and it's only through the work of actually Black Italian cinematographer. Her name is Daphne, and she basically brought this story to light and for everybody to see that, you know, Black people have been in Italy. Black people have been very in the texture of Italy. I don't know how to say it in English, but they've been part of this country for a long time. But because history, in a way, has erased that, because Italy has tried to abide to whiteness for so long, we tend to forget it. And then these beautiful paintings come out, and we never see Black people as the central. We always see people as the margins. And to what you were saying, how can we put Black people not just as a margin, as a center? I think is that we need to start asking Black people who have been here. That's literally how you change the narrative. Because when you talk about police, there's plenty of stories about Black people that have walked the soils that have nothing to do with police, that have done here, that have been here, they've raised generations here, and eventually they've gone abroad. Some people have stayed here. Some people have tried to build substantial lives, as substantial life can be in Italy, and they've tried. But not everything can pass through the police or through voices of people that want to narrate stories that are not theirs. And until we shift this paradigm, and until we understand that our stories need to be narrated by us, through collaboration and through communion, because I do believe that Italianness is not a monolith. We need to stop believing that Italianness looks a certain way, talks a certain way, speaks a certain way. I'm from Napoli, I'm from the South. I talk completely different from a person who's from Milan, or from a person who's from Turin, and a person who's from, I don't know, Genova. So until we start seeing Italy as the country as it actually is, and as the many facades that it actually has, we will never be able to hold to memory. We will never be able to have conversation about burial, because in order to have conversation about burial, we also need to learn about the tradition of the people that came from Somalia, that came from Eritrea, that have different religions other than Christianity, and came here and decided to be Italian because they were born here, born on this soil, they speak Italian, they eat pasta, and they have their customs. But at the same time, they also have their traditions. And having a dual identity and having a dual culture doesn't erase one of the other. Two things can coexist. And Italianness is literally that. Although people don't want to say it, but Italy is literally, it's the coexistence of whiteness and Blackness, Mediterraneanness, Creoleness, let's not even give it a name. But the history teaches us that Moors have passed by Italy, Portuguese, Spanish, like Italy is a mixture of culture, and that's why it's so beautiful, because it brings together all these beautiful cultures from all the sides of the doors. But until we recognize its history for the way that it is, I feel that we will never be able to have these conversations. Thank you.
If I can make
Another round of applause for our final panel, please. I do have to ask, where do we get this book?
Downstairs.
Oh, downstairs, great, which is the perfect segue. One of the things that's so powerful about Black Portraitures is not just what happens on stage over 2 days, but the work that it inspires after. The people who started coming when they were graduate students who are now off at other universities or doing their own iterations of these kinds of conferences who come back to present later. That tradition builds family and cohort, and I hope that when you leave here, that your experience leaves you full, but it also leaves you inspired to continue what we hope is the legacy, an ongoing legacy of Black portraitures. So please give yourselves a round of applause for being here. For everybody in the Black in Venice thread, I know at this point it's like 300 deep, but many of you have come through today. So thank you for posting images and making comments and sharing with the other 299 people on the thread. It has really been a pleasure and a joy. And now we would like you to go downstairs for the reception. Thank you again.